UHF Shadow. A novel. By Edward Keating. Prelude. Yin Yang. Where does my love come from? She asks me. Look for my hate. It is simply because I hate you so much that I can possibly be capable of loving you. It is not a violent hate, it is just mind-altering, dizzying feelings of passionate lust. I hate you, I love you, I hate you. The different states blur and become one, and I cannot tell where one begins and the other ends. There is no way to tell them apart. It is not a hate-love relationship. They are so close and interlinked. It is a ha-via relationship. I ha-via you, and that is the one constant in my life. I ha-via you. A higher state of feeling that I have never experienced before and do not want to know with anyone else but you. The world I exist in is nothing without you. There is no sun, no moon, no sky. No thing. The world is dark without you, and there is only light in the universe when you are in my orbit. The only real plane of reality is when we touch and are joined in the way that only we should be. Hold my hand, and in my world of Haravi I will feel whole. With you alone my peach and my aubergine, my piagine. My lover, my friend, my life, my end, my omega and my alpha. The juxtaposition that gives me meaning. The only one I can know or love. Yin Yang, my angel and my devil. My only friend and end. You are my Venus and my muse. You are a bitch and I Haravi you. The words of her question still hang in the air. Where does your love for me come from? I shrug and answer simply, I don't know. She's got my name tattooed on her ass. I am so happy with her gesture of love I forget to notice how tacky the idea is. Self-mutilation with some smelly tattooist fucker, big beard belly and a big 70s 80s rock fashion thing going on. Needles, pain, ink, permanence, HIV risk. I am so taken aback I forget all these things and just say, wow. Then I get a hard-on because of the symbol. She is practically branded with my name. It is there forever, but for some major surgery. A mark of ownership. She is mine, through choice, and she has marked herself as such. It's no special occasion, she simply did it for me. My possession, possessed by my name. I try not to think that 10 years ago my mum was sewing name labels on my clothes because that was all I owned back then, and even then my parents had paid for it, so owned it really. Now she is showing that I own her in an adult kind of way. Not a transfer, not henna, a real ink and pain tattoo. My name. I can't touch it yet, but soon and forever I will be able to. A smile is beaming across my face. I can feel it shining. I am strangely happy. It does not occur to me straight away that at some point I am going to have to make a bigger, more elaborate gesture of my love for her. I am too happy with the scar she has inflicted upon herself. The scar of my name. The scar of her love for me. I do not yet bear a scar of my love for her. Not yet. Everything has a price. There are no wholly selfless acts, even, or especially not in love. So far I have done apparently selfless things for sex. Chocolates, flowers, I saw this and thought of you knickknacks, books, CDs, and videos. She does the same for sex and love. Women think when you have sex with them it means you love them. Every Monday in the office I see messed up women who have constant one-night stands. It appears they are hoping that the next man they put out with will fall in love with them. A messed up crossed wire in their psyche which makes them think that freely giving a man what he wants, his orgasm, will make him love them. These girls go round in the same deteriorating circle of crushed self-esteem week after week, month after month, year on year. Putting out in new and more experienced ways, but getting men who Houdini on them and force their self-esteem lower and lower. Each time seems worse and must push them further away from ever finding true happiness. The key to winning a man is not screwing him too quickly. The faster he gets to screw, the faster he puts his trousers back on and walks out the door. Go out with him, get to know him. Make him get the emotional connection so he sees beyond the physical. Then let him have sex with you. Sex without feelings is an empty action that brings nothing but sadness to all involved. But there is no point telling this to the women in my office. The tattoo brought us to a new level. I did not know it right away, and I do not think she planned it that way. It was an action with results neither of us expected or could have calculated. The tattoo came just after I said I loved her for the first time. The day after she asked where my love came from. The day I knew I hate love Haravi her. The tattoo. My name plain and simple. Not a dragon, or a dice or an oriental symbol. My name, no heart, no arrow through it. Just my first name. In centimeter-high black letters on her pale white ass. My name. Permanent. Forever. My name. My brand, my possession, my territory, my love, my hate. My name in bold black letters on Ella's ass. Channel 01. The UHF Shadow tunes in. I was looking on the internet at houses in the US. A 3-bedroom home twice as big as my parents' place with a huge garden. California, the outskirts of LA. The long, hot desert. A different world. A fleeting fancy of a potential other life. Move my whole life there. Take Ella, have kids, grow old, never come back. In the fantasy world there is nothing bad in the whole world and acts of goodness are selfless. As spring follows winter and summer leads to fall, we would be happy in the sun with our tanned joyful children and our hazy dusty home. A scratchy low-res image. We could grow old and live on Medicaid and watch daytime television on our 70-inch flat screen. Long bright evenings, cool desert dawns and eternal love. An unobtainable dream. A fantasy of perfect love in a different life, in another land. In a completely separate world. A far-flung plane of existence. Reality check. Dead end, stunted. Career job. The future is not bright or rosy. Just grey. Concrete skyscrapers. Tarmac streets. British skies are 1,000 shades of grey. Misty mornings, damp, dank atmosphere and rain. The moist constant of the British Isles. Cloud and rain. Rain and cloud. Our vision as a nation is based on shades of grey. The state of flux where black and white mix and merge. The national vision and the national consciousness. Grey, grey, grey. Between the clean cuts of black and white. Some days, today. My memory is like lots of black and white photographs. Frozen images. No movement. A room in a tall tower in the sky is where I keep these old photos of my life. I climb the many stairs and have to open the locks on the heavy oak door that leads to the room. I lift and push and it slowly swings back to let me in. Inside are the photos in volumes of albums. The books of pictures are piled high and muddled in the shadowy room. The pictures inside the volumes are not in chronological order or in any coherent categories. Random access memory. Where are the true moments of my life? In this inaccessible tower. Jumbled and impossible to put into any sort of recognizable order. I can't decide what events caused what. Effects have no cause and effect has no starting point. The circle has no beginning and there is no omega that I can put my finger on. Snapshot, a football match in the schoolyard. I score a goal that causes an argument. Did I hate the boy I argued with before that day? Or was that the time I first despised him? Did he score the goal and I dispute it? Is that what made us argue and fight? Snapshot, a family funeral. A church, lots of flowers. Everyone is crying but me. The singing is a strained effort. It doesn't feel real. Am I that desensitized? Emotionless? When did I break down in tears? Was it before or after the ceremony of grieving? Did I ever cry at all? Snapshot, the day Dean and I cruised down the Rockies into California with the engine off, as we could not afford the gasoline. Or did I read that? Have I ever been to California, or even to America? Real life and fiction mesh and confuse me. I saw soap opera alcohol addiction, but so did 20 million other people. Where have they put the line between the world of truth and fiction? The first meeting. A golden moment. The bookstore. Scene 1 in the whole play. Unlike a play, the scenes do not always run in order and there is no known end. No time preset for the final curtain. A beginning. Random. A meeting. If I had been doing this or she had been doing that, it would all be different. The bookshop, afternoon. The new fiction display. I was looking at the newly released novels. Unusual as I seldom read books by writers who are still alive. But there I was. Maybe I was tired of all the dead people's books. Maybe I was looking for real life among the living. Books are fragments of other people's lives. Sharp shards of soul in paperback form. I was reaching out looking desperately for something to happen. And for once in this empty existential world a figure appeared on the horizon. Across the sand-blown Saharan dunes another weary lonesome traveler. Trudging her way in the unforgiving sand that stretched on beyond imagination. There she is on the other side of the table, looking disinterestedly at an Ian McEwan book. Her body language opposite to mine. She looks like she fits in. She belongs. My posture and movement give away that I am not quite tuned into this world. A flickering UHF shadow. Our eyes lock across the shards of other people's lives. Tunnel vision between her and me. A two-way conversation downloading, uploading between the two of us. During the seconds of that glance, information is exchanged in silent conversation that would have taken hours of talking. The conversation, introduction to invitation, is done. She speaks, to finalize it. Books are like wine, so much better with age. I smile, an unfamiliar warm feeling rising through my body. I had never experienced it, but I knew, instinctively, that it was happiness. I am happy. I cannot understand it. I sense something has changed in this random instant. I have been 20 years thirsty across this barren desert and now finally an oasis with its unknown depth. My happiness rides on the potential of this cool expanse. My raw-red throat ready to be soothed by the life-giving liquid. I entice her towards me by continuing the conversation. I'm Bart Simpson, who the hell are you? She laughs. I am a vampire and I am going to crush the life-giving blood from your heart. But for now, do you fancy a pint? We go to a bar nearby and drink lager. I call my buddy Tom from the payphone and tell him I can't meet him this evening. I don't explain exactly why. The vampire woman and I talk about books all afternoon. I love her from the start. What is there not to love? She is passionate about books. She holds my oar. She has read The Birth of Tragedy in one all-night sitting. And she has read most of Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir. Also a big fan of Virginia Woolf and my own favorite Albert Camus. She started like everyone else with The Outsider, the whole killing a man but not crying at a funeral conundrum. She graduated through the plague. She hated it as much as me, artistically and structurally brilliant, just boring as hell, and The Rebel, before finding and loving The Fall. Empty, spiraling infinite circles of nothing. How could she be so perfect? Her reading history so like mine, except the sci-fi teen read boy or girl expected and accepted gender differences. After pint 4 she kisses me, gives me her number, takes mine and goes off into the sunny early spring evening with her long black coat trailing behind her. In her wake my little life has changed infinitely. A girl. Love. She phones that night and arranges to go out the next day. We almost inevitably meet at the bookshop. Sunny afternoons in the park. Rainy mornings in the bookstore. Drunken evenings in pubs teaching her pool. She learnt fast. Kissing on her doorstep and the cold, half-drunken walk home unnoticed because of the warm flowing happiness holding my body and soul. She ate into my reading time. She ate into my soul. Time before I met her was irrelevant. Time apart was a waste. I could hardly function without my daily fix. I was hooked. An addict to her. She is my drug. Intravenous, straight to my heart. We make love, confused and jerky at first, but soon we are accustomed to each other's rhythms. I drift dreamlike through the early days of the adventure of love. Happy, robotic actions of first love. I fall into it. I am without experience, but it seems to come instinctively. I find the beat quickly and bounce along playing the notes of the Song of Love. A tune that has been followed by men since the race was born. Her smell, the touch of her flesh. I am captivated. I rain kisses on her. I buy her gifts. We go out drinking. We read to each other. We do Romeo and Juliet scenes so often we no longer need the book open in front of us. Time unfolds. Evenings and weekends are spent with her. We have adventures I never dreamed possible. These events have no connection with what I do at work. The day we hit a deadline and a calm happiness descends on the office. It may or may not be the day I took her out in the chilly evening to look at the beautiful stars against the inky black sky visible from the countryside. But work has no relation in time or space to anything Ella Cleft and I do. I cannot connect the two realities at all. Work and Ella exist in separate universes that cannot meet. Yet I exist in both. Are they two separate lives? Independent realities. Two Ms. Connected, but not? What's the book you really wish you had written? She asks me one bright spring day. This is my book, look around. My book is that sky, this ground, you and me, our words. I am writing my book every day. Each breath. My thoughts, feelings, movements. I say, why would I want to take credit for someone else's book, which they have lived and breathed for and sweated over? They have walked their own journey. Why would I want to step in and claim ownership of a shard of someone else's soul? That's practically grave robbing and probably something worse. So you would not like to have written, say on the road, she says. Sure, I would love to have written it. But only if I was Jack Kerouac. If I were him, then I would be proud of the book. It took him, 10 long years to sort that out. Didn't he write it in 3 weeks? She interrupts. 5 years to get to those 3 weeks and then 5 more years to get it published. If I was him and I had followed that path. You know, he lived and breathed that novel every day, every minute, every single pulse in his brain. If it were me who had done all that, then I would have been proud to have written it. But I did not. I'm living and breathing my own story. Dancing to my own beat. No need to steal some other man's tune. So you want the life behind it, not just the book, Ella observes. How can you have the one without the other? I say, the book is a shard of the life. It's like tearing out pieces of the person. Art without the artist seems meaningless. Drunk at a party. She makes me feel so different. I used to hate parties. I didn't drink as much as I do now either. The party is loud and full of people I half recognize. From around, I guess. I drink cans of lager, quickly gulping them down. She is dancing in the cellar. There is a DJ set up there, with lights and speakers. Party-goers are crowded down there. I had enough of dancing. Now I am into drinking and talking to the other party-goers. Talking shit mainly. Making no sense whatsoever. I cannot believe being off my face on alcohol can let me feel so alive. Alcohol has always been a deadening drug, but right now I feel like I can rule the world. I'm talking shit to these people, but I know I am captivating them. I hold their attention. The eye of the storm. I drink, I talk. The other drunks listen. I am lord of the drunken dance. I lead the music. I conduct the crowd. The cider chicks, the beer boys, the lager lads. Each obeys my instruction. I use my finger to bring the next set of players into the action. The drinking maestro. Leader of the band. I keep the beat. I do not even know what subject I am talking about. But I cannot stop my mouth. I do not even notice when I tune out. When I wake up I am not really sure where I am. A darkened room. The banging in my head is relentless. My stomach is sore. I notice the smell of vomit. Strong and sickly. A fog in my thinking zone inside my head. Holding the words of my thoughts hurts, physical pain at the top of my brain. The cells deteriorating as I use them. I try to move my arm, but my body does not want to obey. I want to lift my head and look round for a reference point. It hurts too much. So you're awake, asshole. Ella speaks from somewhere nearby, but I can't work out quite where. The positioning system in my brain does not seem to be working. Burned out, like everything else used to be. A grunt is all that comes out when I try to speak to her. Do you remember any of what you did last night? I'll take that as a no then. She sounds angry, but at the same time her hand is gently stroking my hair. You threw up in the lounge. The contradiction of voice tone and hand stroke continue, everywhere. On people too. Strangers. People you have never met. At my friend's party, you asshole. How am I ever going to face her? I can't believe you. Is there no sense in your head? She stops stroking my head. I hate you. She kisses my forehead. I hate you. I wake again. It is light and I can tell I am still in her house. On the sofa in her parents' back room. The clock on the wall says it is nearly midday. My head is a void of throbbing pain, vacuum-packed hangover. I have a taste in my mouth that I cannot distinguish. A mixture of vomit, blood and what I imagine urine must taste like. I somehow manage to stand up. Balance is a challenge. I get to the door and open it. In their kitchen she and her mother are preparing lunch. Her mother gives me a disapproving look, the first one. Ella's mother mumbles something about Harriet, her other daughter Ella's perfect older sister, never going out with a drunken loser. She goes off into the laundry room, pretending to do something so Ella and her idiot boyfriend can talk. Ella approaches me with a face like thunder, ready to tell me what she thinks. I stop her onslaught by speaking myself. I hate myself too. I have got to go home. Can we discuss this later? Without waiting for an answer, I leave the kitchen and the house to walk home. She does not see me to the door. I phone Ella that night. My head is finally pulled together from the thousands of pieces it was in. I have showered too. Before I identify myself, I tell her that I love her. I love you too, she replies. I'm sorry, I am so sorry. Can you ever forgive me? You're not going to break up with me, are you? You embarrassed me more than I have ever been in my life. When they came and got me from the cellar, I was so ashamed. You lay there unconscious in your own puke. Worse, I did not have enough money for the taxi driver, so I had to get my dad out of bed to pay. All he can go on about is Harriet's husband being such a gentleman. You have got such a lot of making up to do. Getting rid of you would be too easy on you. Anyway, despite being an ass, I still love you. God knows why, but I do. See you tomorrow, okay? Okay, bye. Bye, love you. Click. The party and the horrific effect of the hangover seem to die away. At least on the surface. She does not mention it after the telephone call. We carry on as before. We talk, we go out for drives, and we go for walks. We are more or less inseparable. We meet every night after work. We are together most of the weekend. My parents let her stay over and her parents are fine with that. But I cannot stay at their house. Except that incapacitated night on their back sofa. But that was exceptional and no one talks about it. They seem to like me. Or at least they do not mind me. It feels weird. We are both 20. Near enough adults. But parents are still parents, and I look at her folks like I would have if I were 10. Scary authority figures. Unquestionable in their opinions. Adults at work are probably someone's parents. But they can be wrong. They can misjudge. They are adults first, and to me at least, parents second. But people I see as parents first are still safe in the childlike belief that they are beyond human traits such as being wrong. Ella and I move forward in time. Forward in our fledgling relationship. My first love. She holds my heart. I was a virgin before I met her. A 20-year-old virgin. The media and people I speak to make this seem unusual. It seems like everyone else has been doing it for years. Men I work with, a bit older than me, go out at weekends and sleep with different girls on Friday and Saturday, every week. If they do it, then girls out there must be doing the same. The media is full of teenage girls being pregnant and the government chasing after fathers to pay for the fruit of their loins. Films and TV are full of casual sex. I am not sure I disapprove. But it makes me wonder whether something is wrong with me. A virgin at 20. I wrestle for days about whether to ask her or not. I do not want to know the answer almost as much as I know I cannot sleep properly until I ask it. Finally, I get to the question. I took her out for a walk. Early evening in the fields near town. I held her hand tight. Preparing. Wishing I could be through this moment. Painlessly and with the answer I want. The one which will be easiest to live with. I blurted out during a pause in small talk. Were you a virgin before me? She looks me in the eye. I thought you were acting weird tonight. This is not just an off-the-cuff question. This is premeditated. How long have you been thinking about this? A while, I tell her. She looks at me, grasps my hand. You are the first man I ever slept with. The relief must be clear on my face. The burden on my shoulders evaporates and the heavy feeling in my stomach turns into the warmth I felt the first day I met her. I am so happy, I say. I so wanted to be your first love. She looks away. You asked about my virginity, not my first love. She walks off. I don't understand, I say. She keeps walking back toward her car. I run after her. I touch her shoulders. She shrugs my hand off. Ella, I barely manage to be audible as my throat seizes up through blind panic. I love you, she says through tears. You were my first time, more tears. But I loved someone else before. She gets in the car, puts her head on the steering wheel and cries. My feelings are all over the place. First lover but not first love. I want to know who, then I really don't. I want all the details, then I don't. I want to kill him, then I don't. I want to kill me, then I don't. I stand there for a time not sure what I want at all. I look at the darkening blue sky. The twinkle of the first night star. I get in the car. It was a long time before we met, she says. Don't be upset. I'm yours now. She starts the engine and she drives me home in silence. She kisses me on the cheek as I get out of the car. I hear her say, "I'll call you," as I walk up to my front door. She drives off into the inky night. I see her the next day and we behave as though nothing happened. Drip, 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 drip. Love is water torture. A seagull coasting on the upwinds. Effortless. I get the strangest feeling as I look at its white body against the blue sky. I think of vultures as it floats in the air, the way I have seen vultures in old westerns. The bird seems to float in the sky high above me as I stand waiting, fixed to the spot. Like a cowboy staked out, hands and feet tied, in the desert waiting for the vultures to eat my baking flesh and the soft pulp of my eyes. She is late. For the first time ever. It is eating at me inside. I cannot move to walk away. Half an hour late. Has she been run over? Has someone in her family had an accident and she rushed to hospital to be with them? Has she been kidnapped by aliens for some horrible anal probe experiments? Or worse, is she standing me up because she no longer wants to see me? The thought is horrifying. I half will the seagull to transform into a horde of hungry vultures to dive down and consume me. I would welcome the happy release they would bring from the superheated desert of loneliness. 40 minutes late and I am still waiting. Standing outside the library while Saturday afternoon shoppers wander about the town. And children cry as they are forced by well-meaning mothers into the library and away from the warm sun. The only relief is that there is no rain today. A day of rain is the only thing that could have made this worse. Being soaked by relentless English rain. Then she arrives. Without apology. With introduction. This is Calypso. Channel 02. Calypso. Calypso, or Callie for short, it turns out has been at university. Callie and Ella have been friends for years. Calypso is our age and goes to university up north somewhere. Her dad is a dentist and she lives with her boyfriend, Brad, up there. He is at the same university and he also comes from somewhere near here. She is kind of interesting. A half-Oriental girl, pretty in her own way. A pierced tongue and she is doing a literature degree. She has been doing it for a year. She spent her year out between her A-levels and degree traveling in Southeast Asia. Although my image of backpacks, hostels, and beaches are soon dispelled. Her Southeast Asia adventure involved 5-star hotels and private beaches. And some strange blurred sexual encounters she does not want to discuss in front of me as we have really only just met. I am sure if they are interesting Ella will fill me in later. Isn't that what girlfriends are for? She also talks about the allowance she gets from her dad every month. It is more than my salary. She is likable nonetheless. Friendly even. It seems I am going to see a lot of her this summer. The three of us wander around the shops. Ella wants a new pair of jeans. Calypso and I are just tagging. We talk about books she read this year. Ella as excited as me about the knowledge Calypso has. She finds the jeans she wants. Levi's. Blue. I play with her blonde hair while we queue at the pay desk. Calypso invites us for dinner with her father that evening. I buy a bottle of wine to bring over. Ella tells me about her and Calypso. They used to go to junior school together. They used to go for tea at each other's houses and were in the swimming club. Calypso was always looked after by childminders while her father worked. Her mother died when Calypso was very young. Ella and Calypso had been friends for so many years. They had not really been in touch while Calypso was at university. But now she was back. Calypso wanted to be best friends again. Their relationship reminds me of my best, and only, friend Tom. We have a similar friendship. It's not like it is a precedent, Ella said. While she was at boarding school I didn't hear from her for the whole term and when she was in Asia I didn't hear a word. She walks in and out of my life all the time. I am used to not seeing her, then when she turns up being best friends again. You never mentioned her, I say. It's nothing sinister. It just never occurred to me. Okay, I say, not really sure why it bothers me. It is probably because I thought I knew all about Ella. Then someone who has been a huge part of her life for so long turns up and I have never even heard of her before. We park up outside the house. It is huge and in the most affluent part of town. As we walk up to the front door I ask, "What's her father like?" "Christian," she says, ringing the doorbell, is very. The door begins to open. She leans over and whispers in my ear, camp. Dinner is a gorgeous roast, beef, served with all the trimmings. We drink my red wine first, then Christian's from his huge rack. Far superior to mine in flavor, but he makes no hint of snobbery. He seems to be impressed that a young dinner guest made the effort. Christian is likable in his camp way. I cannot make out whether he is actually gay or not. It doesn't really matter. He makes good dinner conversation about politics, books, sport, and life. Christian gives us lots of wine and follows it with Irish coffee. He smokes a huge cigar after dinner and continues to talk excitedly, drunkenly, about the world in general. We listen intently. A different, and not at all bad, way to spend a Saturday night. I get the feeling I will be back here again. A dream about holy cows being chased down hillsides, running past statues of Eastern gods and goddesses, raining blood in the jungle, the trees soaking up the red liquid vampire plants, men with flamethrowers destroying it all. The cows now are chased through a Spanish town. The matadors bravely take their lives with swords. Ernest Hemingway loving every minute of it. The heads of the holy cows raised up on poles at the city walls for all to see their degradation. I wake with an erection and I stroke Ella until she is more or less awake. Then I fuck her. She always said I should just get on and do it while she is asleep, so she can wake to penetration. I am not sure where she gets that idea from. I am convinced if I did she would scream, involuntary, but enough to give me some explaining to do to whoever came running. I manage not to think about calypso during sex. My mind likes to do annoying things like thinking about stuff I do not actually like. When work has been stressful, all I can think about is the current deadline. Today Calypso has been stressful. I never heard of her before this afternoon, and now she seems likely to be a huge part of my life, for at least a while. I despise this fuzzy in-between year. The year 2000. Depending on whom you listen to it, is the last year of the 20th century or the first year of the 21st. I have no idea whom to believe. Both sides give plausible arguments. So much so I have no idea or clue which side to take up the argument for. Here I am trapped in an undefined time. Either the last year of one thing or the first year of something else. There seems no one can guide me as to which it is because I am so tuned out, dwelling so far out in the UHF void. I need these definitions of existence like time. Telling me that the date is a man-made construct set out by some committee of monks or whoever in the Dark Ages will not help me arrange the disordered universe I live in. I seek order, and this problem of date is helping my disintegration from reality. I cannot communicate with people, anyone at all. I cannot comprehend this lack of confirmation as to which century, in fact which millennia, I am living in. My own sad and depressing version of millennial tension. End of the second millennium or beginning of the third. It is a fuzzy out of sync time, and everything that happens this year is a mess. One I can find no reason or logic to. My predicament spirals hopelessly, and I look for Vishnu or any other kind of religion or beliefs destroyer to swoop down out of the sky and annihilate the world, bringing my life of purgatory and damnation to a conclusion. Ella wants to take acid. She really, really does. She took it before, once. She was drunk off her head and doesn't really remember much, except she liked it. She has been reading Huxley's Doors of Perception. As mescaline is hard to get hold of outside of North America, we have to look at easier options. The magic mushroom season is 2 or 3 months away, and she wants to do it now. She doesn't want to do it on her own, so I have to do it too. I'm not morally against illegal drugs. Well, the non-addictive, not likely to kill you ones anyway. The acid I think I can fly jump out of a 5th-floor window thing is just bullshit made up by some Just Say No freak spin doctor. Just Say No was a major success in the USA. But when they brought it to the UK, people asked, why not? And the campaign didn't have the answers, as in the US no one asked that question. They were too busy obeying the TV adverts. The same way they buy shoes if a sports star says, or soft drinks if a pop star says. A fundamental cultural difference. And it is supposed to be the land of the free. We score a couple of tabs off a guy a friend of hers knows. 2 little blotter paper trips. We cut them in half with an art scalpel. We take half each to begin with. The guy we got them from said they were strong. We sit in my bedroom, waiting for something to happen. We talk about this and that. We kiss and fool around. After an hour I feel no different. They must be duds or something. I don't feel a thing, I say. Let's take the other halves. Maybe they are not as strong as we were told. Ella says we slip the other halves onto our tongues. We wait. We talk some more. We kiss. It's been half an hour since we took the second set of halves. The kissing feels weird. The touch of our tongues is different somehow. They feel joined. I open my eyes and struggle to focus. My mouth is melting into hers. Her mouth, also melting, fluid, stretching, morphing. I pull away. It is too weird a feeling. I think the acid is working, I say. A bit, she says. It is not quite what I was expecting. No white rabbits and Alice in Wonderland stuff. But an altered state of awareness nonetheless. The LSD is confusing the receptors in my nervous system, causing my senses to give my brain confusing perceptual messages. Visuals. Trails and a kind of slow catch-up of messages to my visual cortex, making everything register in my brain in blocky slow motion. Like watching wideband streamed video through a 10-year-old modem. How do you feel? She asks. Calm. At one maybe. My brain is receiving the same data stimuli with a different chemical makeup in my perceptual set. Like changing frequency from FM to AM. Different waves and logarithms. The AM is maybe a little more out of tune than I ever was on the FM setting. I love you, she says. You are my boyfriend. You know I love Calypso too. She has been my friend since I was so young. We have done so much of our growing up together. Parents, school, everything. We used to have a secret place we would go and hide to talk. It was the barn in the field behind my house. The farmer only ever used it for hay storage. We would talk and share secrets and help with each other's problems. We were like sisters. So close. We were always at each other's houses. Eating, sleeping, playing games, watching TV. When her mother died, it made her so sad, for years. I was always there for her. It still hurts her sometimes and she calls me to talk about it. She cries down the phone. I know that she will always be there for me. Ella is crying. Tears rolling down her face. The light reflecting and refracting from the droplets. Don't cry, I say. Vainly. I go to hug her but she pushes me away. I don't want to be touched, she says. Being touched feels like the worst thing that could happen to me at the moment. We sit in silence and she cries some more. The world still in slow motion trails. I wonder if we are having a bad trip. I have no frame of reference, but I suppose a bad trip should be worse than this. A few tears are probably nothing to worry about. And I don't feel bad at all. Although I make a mental note somewhere deep down that Ella loves Calypso and talking about Calypso's mother's death can make Ella cry, after a while the tears stop and Ella seems fine. Shall we go out for a walk? She asks. The streets are quiet and the world has just seen the end of dusk and night is taking its grip. The slow motion continues and all the streetlights have mammoth orange trails. We walk towards an industrial estate. Talking about this and that. Nothing important. Just trying to communicate our visuals and our feelings. I can hear this piece of music echoing in my internal ear. A fading vocal. Like in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that noise, but a voice in a looped pattern. Barely audible above the conversation, but there and annoying. Ella has spent most of the evenings of the past week with Calypso. I am jealous as she is taking up my time with Ella. But they have not seen each other for a long time and I understand they want to hang out. They have been friends for years. I'm sure I can cope with the competition of her best friend for a while. I wonder if I am going to meet Calypso's boyfriend. It is not like I care either way. I just wonder. My mind is a mass of thoughts. My brain considering and processing at a speed I did not think it capable of. It feels like someone has upgraded my central processing unit, CPU, which has affected my graphics card, putting its reception in slow motion. I want to tell the PC to upgrade my driver, but I don't know how. While I am thinking all this, I am also considering the plight of the Incas, who believed they were descended from incestuous sun gods. They also drew lines in the desert which are apparently only understandable from the sky. Some people think they had planes of some description or were marking landing sites for aliens. I think that is a far too Western 20th century answer. I am worried about broadband. I only have a 56K modem. I want ISDN at least, or maybe this next generation ASDL someone was talking about at work. MTV tried to stream media into my home. It is blotchy and I would rather watch TV. Maybe I can make friends with MP3. Ella is talking horror movies. A monologue on the Blair Witch Project. Like what the hell are they playing at? Oh no, we've lost the map. Like, hello, rewind the fucking video to where you taped the map. Between the two cameras they recorded pretty much everything. So why didn't they think of that? And the whole being lost thing. Here's the river, let's go this way, oh, there's the river again. Basic common sense of how to survive in the wilderness, follow the river downstream. You'll come to some kind of habitation eventually. Or the sea, I say. Then you walk along the coast and sooner or later you reach somewhere. It's set in the northeastern United States, there must be people nearby. It's not frigging Siberia. If they can't remember to rewind the tape or work out how to escape from the wilderness, what am I saying? It's not even the wilderness. It's a forest in Maryland or New England or somewhere like that. If they can't get out of a forest, then they deserve what is coming to them. And another thing, did you notice it was set in like 1993 or 94? Yes. Why did they do that? Oh, it's simple. If it was set in 98, a year before it was released in 99, or even back in 96 or 97, everyone would be like, hello, 3 early 20-something college students in the booming post-industrial United States. Why the hell doesn't one of them have a mobile phone to call for help? You didn't like it then? I ask. It wasn't even scary, lots of leaves and a few twigs tied together. Oh, and some stones in a pattern on the ground. The mid and late 90s were good for horror movies, but Scream and its sequels were the masters of the genre, postmodern and self-aware. Calypso saw it before I did. She told me I would never guess who did it. From the start it seemed obvious it was the two boys. But she said it was too tricky, so I dismissed them as not likely to have done it. So I considered everyone else, none of them seemed plausible. So I was stumped. Then it turned out to be the obvious two I first thought of. She ruined the crying game for me too. She stops, staring thoughtfully into space. I'm going to pee, I'll be right back. I say. I find a wall between two of the big tin sheds that house electrical superstores or DIY or carpets or something. As I piss I look up at the sky. There is an almost perfect circle of sky breaking through the cloud above my head. Almost perfect except for a jutting out shape which looks like it's moving, revolving, reshaping. I trick my mind that it's a dragon's head with smoke pouring from its reptilian nose. I convince myself that it is real and I have to run away, still pissing. I stop running before I get back to Ella. I breathe deeply, reminding myself I am just playing tricks with my brain. I zip my flies up and wish I had stopped before I ran as my jeans are covered in urine. She is too messed up to notice and I soon forget it as well. Ella and I wander shambolically around the dark suburbs. Together, talking, gibbering maybe. No real communication, just white noise. It is well into the afternoon when we get up. Ella heads home to see her folks. I lie in bed and turn on the PlayStation. I mindlessly play the lower levels of my ninja game. Not having to think about tactics or what the layout of the area is. I have played so many times before, thinking, searching, learning. Now I play with a much lower amount of brain activity. I creep up behind them, slash their throats, the results bloody and graphic. I am desensitized to the ugly technicolor representations of death. Without thinking I turn on the radio to hear the Saturday afternoon scores. Not realizing for a few minutes that the season ended 6 weeks ago and does not start again for another 6. I continue my on-screen digital slaughter. Ella had ended up crying again. I don't know where we were or when it was. I just know she was crying about childhood and the loss of innocence. About growing up and growing apart from childhood friends. She was upset about Calypso. I was not sure exactly why. She mentioned something about a dirty affair in Thailand, but did not really go into the details. I do not know when Calypso started seeing her boyfriend, so I don't know if she was two-timing him or not. Ella and I had returned to my house sometime around 5 or 6 in the morning and gone to bed. Neither of us felt like touching each other or kissing or being intimate in any way. Sleep did not come easily, and what I had was restless, filled with dragons and piss and soft repetitive music. I was kind of glad when she left. I felt I needed time alone. Time for just me. Contemplation, or at least brain down time. Soaked up by the PlayStation. Away from the grainy, grey low-res real world and into the full-color action animated Sony universe. I decide being a ninja is slightly on the boring side, so I turn on the old favorite. I chose Blanca first, and complete the game easily. Then I chose Chun-Li and fight my way through twice. I put on a CD, Mezzanine by Massive Attack, and turn out the light. Sleep takes hold quickly. The built-up fatigue swells inside and I slide into a heavy dreamless sleep. Another week of work races away. Ella sees Calypso every evening. I make do with a phone call each night. Calypso is doing some part-time work in an office. It is through a friend of her father, so she has easy work and hours. The pay is good too. We hit a deadline this week and our flow of work pauses for an afternoon. But our industry is customer-driven and our product is good, so we soon have a new quota sent our way. Life is continuing on the same arc except for Calypso. I cannot understand why she worries me so much. My instinct screams out warnings about her, but I do not know why. She seems perfectly normal. Not a secret psycho killer or anything like that. I just do not get where my feelings of animosity come from. She is pleasant, nice even, likable. But those little fluffy clouds of doubt fill the skies in Arizona. Beautiful. I cannot help myself but think bad thoughts about Calypso. There is no proof she is evil. I can only assume I am jealous of the time she spends with Ella. I console myself by spending time on the internet, looking at sites all over the world, playing chess against Italians and chatting to lonesome teenagers in California, keeping up to date with sport and NASDAQ share prices, just because I can, tracking Microsoft while reading Windows for Dummies. I also tour property all over the USA, just to look. A silly fancy of living there wanders through my brain every now and then. I see Ella maybe one evening a week and some of the weekend. I have to share her with Calypso most times. For a while I don't think Ella is mine anymore. She feels distant, like she is slipping away from me, her orbit being pulled away by the bigger, more tuned in gravity of Calypso. Her oldest friend. A wedge between us. A wedge with impeccable manners. She smiles at me and acts like we are best friends too. Does Ella know? Is she really drifting away from me, or am I just being paranoid? The old grey mood washes over me. I feel like I did before we met. Only worse, because before I had not tasted the light and did not know what I was missing. My UHF is static again as I feel the station I was tuned into slipping away from me. Then she surprises me. Dispels my fears. My paranoia was eating me up and now it is gone with a further arrival. The tattoo. Channel 03. The tattoo. I love her, I hate her, 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 I love her. She loves me not, she loves me, she loves me not, she loves me, she loves me not, she loves me, she loves me, she loves me. She is branded with my name. My property. My possession. Mine. I hate her. What is she playing at? For weeks she hardly sees me because of her friend Calypso, and now this. Now we seem to be lifelong partners. She has made herself my property at Luxor. I bet it hurt. She says it didn't, but I am sure there are loads of pain sensors on the arse which must have caused a whole world of pain. She says it was just an irritating scratching feeling. But she is taking a cushion to sit on everywhere she goes. It's fantastic. Perfect. A symbol. It symbolizes that she loves me, that she does not want anyone else, that she is only 20 years old and has decided to stick the name of the bloke she lost her virginity to on her ass. The week after the tattoo she comes over to my house every night. She is all over me. Horny, but whatever position we get into she is uncomfortable. The tender tattoo tortures our sex. We explore other non-penetrative avenues to make up for this. She even swallows instead of embarrassingly coughing it out into a tissue. By Friday she says she had better stop, as Calypso told her about some gay singer who apparently fainted and had to have his stomach pumped clean of various men's semen. It is not a pleasant story. But I let her off the oral thing without inquiring why she is talking to Calypso about our sex life. I don't want to cause her to have her stomach pumped for that. I cannot imagine how she would tell her parents or if I would ever be able to face them again. On Saturday we have slow, thoughtful, gentle, loving sex. She is on her cushion, but I try not to think about it for fear of spoiling the mood. She explains about how we should have slow sex more often. I like the frantic fuck like it's the end of the world we usually have, she says. But this is nice, loving, and tender. Looking into your eyes as we gently move together. I can feel your entire length from the tip entering, rising up to the whole of it is inside me. What do you think? It's nice, I say, searching for the next thing to say. I'm enjoying the new experience, but I'm not sure how to describe how I feel. Sensual. I find the word floating around in the air and let it casually fall from my lips. That's right, she says. Sensual. We are normally passionate, now it seems we can be sensual as well. I am enjoying our sensual sex. This is a loving moment we are sharing. Calypso suggested we try it this way on account of my need for gentle love-making at the moment, she says. At the mention of her name during intercourse I can feel the arousal leaving me. I reach up and hold her thighs, pushing her firmly down on me, and I fake an orgasm. I push her up and off. I withdraw, already limp. She is not sure what to make of it. She doesn't say anything, just lies down and hugs me. Not talking anymore. Sunday afternoon and I am bored. Ella phoned to say she was going over to Calypso's. We did not have any plans, so I didn't mind. Instead of messing around in my bedroom with her, I log on to the internet. A Sunday surfer. I enter into a search engine the name of someone that was mentioned in a magazine article I read a while back. She seems to be a popular girl. Mentions on thousands, or maybe millions, of pages. Sharon Tate. I start rooting around. Blonde, American. Film star. I look down the list of film credits. I get excited for a minute when I see Valley of the Dolls listed, thinking I have seen it. Then I realize I am getting it confused with Valley of the Ultra Vixens, the one with that dentist chair scene. My favorite movie moment, ever. This Tate woman has also appeared in the Beverly Hillbillies, but only a bit part. She was also married to Roman Polanski. I think he is a film director or something like that, or a producer maybe. Lots of the listings on the search engine seem to cross-reference someone called Manson. After looking at some movie stills of her and windows I didn't request opening up on screen offering naked pictures of celebrities, I decide to look at this cross-reference name. Charles Manson. An extremely sick man. For some reason I thought he would have something to do with President Clinton not having sex with Monica Lewinsky. But I think that is actually Fidel Castro. I log off. I lie on the sofa feeling bad about the horrible world we live in. I let the Sunday afternoon war movie wash over me, feeling vaguely warmer at the end when the Allies have secured another victory over the evil Nazi war machine. It is hard to imagine permanence. Nothing is forever. Only death maybe. Life is a constant state of flux. I read someplace that every molecule in your body changes every 7 years. So you are chemically and biologically a new person every 7 years of your life. So your body is constantly changing as well as the world around you. But tattoos stay forever. I don't understand why. So in the natural course of things a tattoo does not change in each 7. The only way to get rid of it is expensive laser surgery. She has made us permanent. The gushing river of life rushes over and through us, but the tattoo will not wash away. Erosion in time wears away granite. Time and pressure. At the end of the universe my name will still be there, on her ass. Forever is too awesome. Last year seems like an eon ago. Thinking about the future is even scarier. We have been together nearly 4 months and already we are on the cusp of forever. She comes over a lot. She is not seeing so much of Calypso at the moment. Most importantly, she does not mention Calypso while we are in bed. Lots of sex. Our relationship has something of a renaissance. The brief interlude where Calypso dominated has faded away. I am again the major player in Ella's life. We talk about when we will get a house in the future. A big garden, 6 or even 10 bedrooms. Stables with magnificent ponies. An open fire. We would spend the long winter nights on the rug fucking in front of the flames. We are really tuning into each other's lives. Ella buys me a mobile phone so we can keep in touch wherever we are. I only have her number, my parents', my work and Tom's number in the address book. I have begun to understand her moods and her motivations. I am falling into the rhythms of her life. Work, books, pubs, films, and more books. A type of order in the flowing fluidity of the world. Floating on her tide, understanding when the moon is going to pull her and in whichever direction. Low tide to high tide and predicting the overwhelming wash of spring tide. One day in bed, Not long after the tattoo had stopped hurting her and normal sexual service has been resumed, she asks me a peculiar question. Do you want Calypso? What? Do you want Calypso? She repeats herself. No, I say, shocked and confused by the question. Then why do you look at her the way you do when she is around? I don't look at her any way, I say, defensively, confused by the post-coital rush of endorphins. And also that she brings up accusations after orgasm. I thought this kind of discussion started fully clothed, went through argument and either ended in someone storming off or in sex. One of the left-field flash floods I cannot predict. Calypso's behavior would have confused scores of the world's best psychologists. I have seen you sneaking looks at her. I've also seen you stare at her across nightclubs when she is dancing. I know you fancy her, she insists. No, I so do not. She has noticed it too. She keeps saying to me that my boyfriend keeps staring at her. She absolutely loves it. The bitch made like a joke that if it weren't for her boyfriend she would take you off my hands. She looks at me, rage written across her face. Tears welling in her eyes. It is not true. I do not have any feelings like that. I see her as your friend and that is it. You are a liar, she says. The tears start rolling down her face. I am in a state of disbelief. Speechless. The worst thing of all is that the mere mention of her name when we are in bed and you come, like 5 seconds after you think of her. It's so obvious how you feel about her. She gets out of bed and starts putting her clothes on. Wait, I say. It's all complete rubbish. I love you. You are perfect. Why would I want Calypso? I have never ever known her dress so quickly. I hate you, she says. She slaps my face hard. It stings but I do not cry out. She storms out. The damage of the flash flood seems like it will have a high cost of repair. I spend the rest of the day driving endless circuits around PlayStation-generated racetracks. My brain running in circles of Ella, Calypso, and me. With no way to escape the cycle and see a different way of looking at what happened. I am too maddened, confused, and angry. I hate Calypso. I do not love her. I love Ella. Although I kind of hate her at the moment. I am jealous of Calypso as she has had Ella for so long and I have only known her for 4 months. 4 wonderful months since our souls met in the bookstore. I contemplate if this is the end of our relationship. Finished by Calypso and my looks of hatred being misinterpreted. Is the permanence of the tattoo broken after only a few weeks? It cannot be true. I want to drink. I throw the control pad at the floor and go down the pub to get pissed. A busy and noisy Saturday night. I sit at the bar of a town center pub. Everything around me is going on very quickly and I am moving in a slow motion that is barely above the pause setting. I have only spoken to order my drinks. Pints of the strongest lager. Some piss. With cheap double whiskey chasers. I have been here for nearly an hour and I have had 4 of these rounds. The loud music is like a wall between the people. Communicating is possible, but hard to achieve. I like feeling alone in a crowd, which is sort of lucky, as I always feel alone around people. I could be on my own at home in my room with a bottle of scotch, but it would not be the same. I could fool myself that if I were out in the world I would be happy and having a good time mixing with people and forgetting about Ella. Here, with all these people nearby, I cannot have any pretense about how sad and pathetic I am. No one notices me. No one speaks to me. I am basically a non-existent figment of some sick bastard's imagination. I have no place in the universe without Ella. She gives me permanence. She is the station that I can tune into. With her I am not a radio shadow slightly off of the frequency of everyone else. She is like a booster signal I can home into. With her I am real. I can touch, I can taste, I can be seen. Without her I am a phantom who people barely see. I somehow manage to attract the barmaid's attention. She does not see me, only the 20-pound note I hold. She hears me only because of the slight contact with reality and other people that the money gives me. The whiskey is gone by the time she hands over my change. The pint is not far behind it. I decide to leave and stumble out of the pub, still unnoticed despite my obvious drunken inability to walk straight. I find a bench in the pedestrianized center to sit down on and decide this is where I can finally cry. Are you okay? A woman asks, pretty, blonde, maybe a little older than me. She has a sexy dress on, The traditional little black number that goes with everything. This woman has friendly eyes, sure, I say through the tears. Realizing I am cold and have no idea how long I have been on this bench. Maybe I have been here for eternity and this girl is the face of God telling me it's okay and I can now rest because the universe has finally ended and with it all humankind's misery. She dispels my one hope by saying, "Do you want a taxi or anything?" Not something I expect God to offer. No, I live quite nearby. I tell her in my self-pity I'm Katie Robinson. "You work for my dad," says the pretty woman. I look up at her. Old Robinson has a daughter. I think someone once said, but I don't recall ever seeing her. "Hi Katie," I say. "Hi yourself. It's good to see you outside of the office. Dad says you have a bright future ahead of you. He says when I take over the company you will be one of the senior management team or even a director." I laugh. It sounds too absurd. "Don't make fun of me," I say. "I'm not making fun of you. I could see you are upset and I wanted to tell you something that might make you happy." "Thanks," I say, thinking Katie Robinson is probably mistaking me for someone else. "Are you going to be all right?" She asks. "Yes, eventually. Thanks for caring." She blushes. "I have to catch up with some people to get my lift home. I'll see you soon. Whatever it is you are upset about, it can't be that bad." Katie Robinson smiles at me. Then she is gone. I walk home wishing the skies would open, pouring down rain so I could be washed away. Channel 04. Universe's End. Ella calls and talks like yesterday never happened. She tells me we have been invited to Calypso's house for dinner next Friday night. Her dad wants us to come over as Calypso's boyfriend is finally home for the summer. He is staying with his parents at their house in some village about 25 miles away. On Friday he is coming over for a pleasant dinner. I agree to go with Ella. She asks if she can come over this afternoon. I tell her I am busy. Whether she believes me or not, she lets it go. I spend the day in a confused state. We argued and I thought it was over. She phones today like nothing happened, inviting me to a dinner party at Calypso's house of all places. I listen to depressing music for most of the day, occasionally peering out of the window down the street, squinting at the brightness of the sun, wishing I was a vampire who devoured virgins in the night without any remorse. I want a heart of stone and titanium skin so nothing can harm me. I hate Ella. I love Ella. I harvey Ella. I wish I could stop having any feelings for her whatsoever. The week passes quickly. Work is the same as ever. I do not see Katie Robinson. I start to think maybe I was dreaming. Friday night comes around too soon. I buy some wine to take with us. Ella and I meet up for the first time in almost a week. A couple of phone calls with cold discussions are all our contact has been this week. We meet in a pub for a quick drink before getting a taxi out to the dinner party. I am surprised that Ella is with Calypso. "Hello," I say nervously. "Drink anyone?" I get a round of G&Ts. Calypso seems a little drunk already. I put the drinks down on the table and smile at Ella. She manages just about to push the sides of her lips into an almost smile. Better than nothing, I think to myself. A pause. Centuries pass. Glacier melt. Civilizations rise and fall. Continents drift. Species evolve. I sip my drink. Ella stares off into space. Calypso stares at me. I knock the G&T back. "Anyone want another?" I ask. Neither of them does. I go to the bar again, this time ordering a double. I have the feeling it is going to be a very long night. I sit back down. Ella continues staring off into space. Calypso is still staring at me. To say I feel uncomfortable would be a gross understatement. I want to tune out of the situation and into somewhere less threatening. My room and the PlayStation. Calypso laughs. "This is ludicrous," Calypso says. "I don't know what is wrong between you two. But I'm not standing for it. You are coming to my house for dinner and I want to eat with happy, smiling, friendly people. Not people who have issues. I'm going to the bar and when I come back I expect this to be all sorted out." Same again. "Double," I say. "Me too," Ella says. "You agree on something." "Good start," Calypso says, then goes off to the bar. "You don't want her then?" Ella asks. "No," I reply. "I'm sorry I behaved like that." She finally looks me in the eye. Friends. And lovers, I say. She smiles. By the time Calypso comes back, Ella is in full swing, talking in top gear about everything that has happened to her this week. The drinks Calypso puts down. Glad to see you are talking again. I have something to ask you that would not be any good if you weren't talking. She pauses, as if gathering her thoughts. She finishes the G&T I got her and starts on the one she bought herself. Ella and I wait for her to speak. Puzzled and expectant. You two are my friends. Ella, who I have known forever, and you, who I have not known very long, but we are friends, right? I nod. More or less a lie, but I don't know how to approach the truth. She continues, I have wanted to do this thing for a long time. I have been thinking about it, and I can't see any reason why it shouldn't be Ella, who I have known for years, and her boyfriend. You might think I am asking a lot, but it really isn't that much. Not for friends to do for one another. You are my friends, which is why I can ask you this. Anticipation builds. I have not got any idea where she is going with this. I glance at Ella, who looks puzzled as well. I want to watch someone, you guys, fucking. Another long pause. This time eons pass. Stars are born, live and die in fiery supernova. Universes end. New ones spring up in their place. I have no idea how to react. Even more, I just want to tune out of here and into somewhere much more pleasant. This is too messed up. It cannot be real. Ella looks horrified. Calypso says, you don't have to answer right away. My heart is beating quickly. I am sure everyone in the pub can hear it thudding in my chest. Dinner is a subdued affair. Ella and I are in shock. Calypso is expectant. Her dad is just camp. Sweet in his own way, but complete tense. Calypso's boyfriend, Brad, is late. We wait an extra hour for him before eating. No one was at his house when Calypso called and his mobile was turned off. Rich soup for starters, then lasagna. It would have been the best lasagna I had ever eaten if it had not needed to be microwaved for us to eat. Poor Christian's timing was completely put out. He does not deserve bad things to happen to him. He does his best to act like Brad being late isn't affecting him. I have not even met Brad yet and already I don't like him. Upsetting Christian is a bad start for me. We all more or less struggle to manage polite conversation. The Brad thing, and especially the Calypso voyeur request, weigh heavily on my mind. I have not been in a really comfortable place for nearly a week. A turbulent Spirit of St. Louis type journey. Fraught with nerves. Lonely, high above the rough waters of the North Atlantic. Oppressive elements all around, above, below, and to the sides. No safety. No sign of a haven. Freefall in the abyss. Hurt and strangled by my love. Quagmire. No way forward without Ella pulling me out. For dessert we have a strawberry mousse. Homemade and divine. Irish coffee is followed by a taxi home. Christian wishes us good night and says we should come over again. I like him, but wonder how he spawned this evil daughter. At the door the evil daughter says, think about it, and winks at us. Ella is staying over at my house. We don't talk about Calypso's suggestion. We just have sex. Frantic, making up for missed time sex. Then sleep with alcohol-infected dreams. We are woken by Calypso calling Ella's mobile phone. Ella talks to her and I put on the PlayStation expecting her to talk forever. I have hardly got anywhere with my new game by the time Ella hangs up. Were you listening to that? She asks. No, a disapproving look. Like she wants me to eavesdrop on her conversation on the phone. Apparently, she says, Brad turned up at about midnight claiming he had to do some business, which ran late. God only knows what that means. Have you met him? I ask once, she says. He's an absolute dick. She doesn't want him to watch us too, does she? No, I hope not. Good, I say. He arrived at midnight and left at past. He didn't even apologize to Christian for missing the dinner held on his behalf. What a dick. Oh yeah. He has got a crappy summer job temping in an office. How can that make him have to work so late? I don't know. He has invited us to lunch in a pub out near his village. I said we would go. He is paying. Do you want me to drive? I ask, kissing her neck. Yes please, she says. Let's go meet Brad the dick, I say. The country pub is quite busy. I get a Bacardi Breezer for Ella and a Red Bull for myself. We find Calypso and Brad, who have already got a table and drinks. She is drinking Pimm's and lemonade. He is on Stella. He is a big lad, not tall, just wide, muscular, not fat. He looks like a rugby player. He is also blonde as well as tanned. My dislike for him grows. Calypso introduces us all. She calls him Bradley. He sounds like more of a dick when I think of him as a Bradley. He says hi, and gives me the usual what do you do kind of questions. He then starts talking about himself. I have just got back from the United States, he says. I don't think I have ever heard anyone except on the TV call it the United States. Everyone in the real world just calls it America. I have been studying there for 6 weeks. It is part of my degree. I am doing business and American studies, which is very interesting as the business of America is business. He nearly laughs himself off his seat. I don't laugh. I understand the joke he is making, it is just not very funny. I am relieved Ella and Calypso don't laugh either. More relieved that Brad the Dick doesn't decide to explain it to us either. Maryland is a very pretty place. I was studying at an affiliate of Johns Hopkins University, that's Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. I've heard of it, and if it were anyone else telling me I would be impressed. I had lectures and loads of library time. I also got to spend time in the offices of various big corporations around Washington, D.C. I am doing a thesis about the effect of the internet on the North American business world. I would like to have gone out to Silicon Valley, but the university and I were unable to arrange it. Have you decided what to eat? Calypso asks him. Steak, 16 ounces rare. Blue if they do it. Calypso writes it down. Ella and I also tell her what we want and she hands the list to Bradley. Can't you order, babe? He asks her. You have to pay at the bar when you order here, she tells him. You do it and I'll pay you back later, he says. I haven't got enough cash and I didn't bring my credit card. Brad looks over the table at Ella and I. For a second I think he is going to ask us to go and pay. Then he gets up and goes to the bar to order himself. Did you think about my suggestion? Calypso asks. A bit, Ella says. Well, what did you decide? We haven't made our minds up yet, Ella says. That is not a no then. She asks. It's an undecided. Ella tells her. So a maybe then? We are as yet undecided. Ella restates our position. It will be cool. It's not like I want to take part or anything. I just want to watch you guys get it on. She puts a husky, sexy drawl on, kissing, touching, sucking, and fucking. She pouts, turns to me and says, Do you give it to her up the arse? Ella does not look as shocked as I expected. I opt for avoiding giving an answer. Can't you see all you want on video or the net? There's plenty of porn in the world. Professional videos. Home videos. Online you can meet people and arrange to watch them do stuff and then they watch you or something. How do you know all that? Ella asks. This guy Nick, one of the seniors at work, uses it all the time. He tells us about all sorts of strange stuff he sees people do through their webcams. I explain. So I could see couples doing stuff live over the net in real time. Calypso asks. Sure, I say. But surely the streaming quality is not very good and you can't really get the mood, Calypso says. The video quality isn't perfect yet, I say. I can't wait for the technology to catch up with my needs. I want to see some full-on hardcore action. I want to see your cock in Ella's mouth. I want to see you fuck her real hard, make the bitch scream. She lowers her voice to that sexy, husky drawl. I want to see you give her cunt a good licking, stick your tongue right up into her fanny and make her scream with the mad rush of orgasm. Ella half laughs. I'm starting to feel horny, Calypso goes on. Ella says you have a great cock. I want to see it in action. I want to control the action, like a movie director. Tell you which way to do what. Have her lick your balls and watch you massage her breasts while you give it to her doggy style. I'm starting to come round to the idea of being watched. Brad the Dick ruins the moment by coming back to the table. I can't believe those twats. How difficult is it to order some meals in this place? In the States you get respect, courtesy, and above all good motherfucking service. I hate this country. He sits down. Is it your round, dear? Calypso asks him. Don't make me go to the bar again, he barks. Who didn't make it to dinner last night? embarrassing me in front of my father and my friends. Lunch is step one in making up a hell of a lot of ground with me. You have not even started the makeup job with my father. You are so in the doghouse. What's everyone drinking? Brad the Dick asks. Firmly put in his place. We tell him and he heads back to the bar. Look, my dad is away next weekend. Something is going on in his life. I don't know what exactly. He did explain, but it was boring so I stopped listening. Anyway, the point is I haven't told Bradley as I do not want him staying over. But I am sure I can accommodate you guys. We look at her. I'm up for it if you are, Ella says. What the hell, I say. Okay, Calypso, let's do this thing. Brad the Dick comes back with our drinks on a tray and more complaints about the bar staff. Dinner involves an in-depth analysis of the Zapruder tapes and various conspiracy theories about the JFK shooting 37 years ago. He must be really good in bed. Why else would Calypso be with him? Surely he has the biggest dick in the world. Channel 05. Voyeur. We said yes. I am still not sure it is the right thing to do. I don't even like Calypso. I have been looking forward to her sodding back off to university. Now Ella and I are going to share one of our intimate moments with her. I'm not sure I want Calypso to see me naked. I hate her. What the hell am I doing agreeing to spend a weekend at her house giving her some fucked up voyeuristic pleasure? It gets worse when Calypso phones up and asks if I would mind being sodomized by Ella wearing a strap-on. You're one sick girl, I tell her. No fucking way. I hang up. I have only just had dinner and my stomach churns. I cannot decide if she was serious or if maybe Ella is over there and they are playing some sick joke on me, laughing themselves silly at my expense. I calm my nerves with a big whiskey. Knocked back in one. I've noticed I drink a lot since I started seeing Ella. I never thought I would get into drinking. It was never really my thing. I put a jazz CD on. Calm music mellowing me out. I think about masturbating to see if I feel better, but when I try all I can think of is Calypso's smiley face as she waves a 20-inch strapper on at me. I opt for digital violence instead and turn the PlayStation on. I feel nervous. The week at work has flashed by again. I remember the days before the tattoo. Weeks lasted forever. The weekend seemed to take decades to arrive. Now the things in my personal life are so messed up I want the week at work to be maintained, but it does not happen. I'm driving home Friday afternoon to pick up some clothes before I go over to Calypso's place for the weekend. I have not felt hungry all day and I do not feel horny either. I ponder whether a no-show on the erection front might happen. Ella is the only person apart from me who has seen my penis erect. I was going to buy a bottle of wine to take over but opt instead for single malt whiskey and a carton of OJ to mix. I will need the type of courage you only get from the Netherlands. The supermarket is quite busy. Lots of underage kids are buying cheap wines. Poor bastards have to drink that shite. I pick up the OJ and whiskey, trying to ignore the underage kids squabbling over whether the £2.99 or the £3.19 bottle of wine would be better. The ancient woman in front of me does not have enough money for the shop brand tins and bread she is buying. I watch distracted, thinking about this voyeur thing. Before my brain kicks in with the brainwave that I offer to help the old lady out by paying for the food, she is gone, leaving half her shopping at the till. I was so wrapped up in this voyeur problem I did not see this human being's plight. The things she left behind would not have made a dent in my weekend spending. I briefly consider buying them and running after her. But I do not know which way she went. For an old woman in tattered clothes she moved some. I pay for my items and leave the store, concerned that I might cause an elderly person to starve to death. I have a huge feeling of guilt rise up inside me and I sit in the car, motionless, for a few minutes, hoping that if I am ever in a situation like that a person who could be my salvation is not too wrapped up in themselves to notice. Slowly I pull out of the car park and drive with no hurry to Calypso's. Ella's car is outside when I arrive, as I expected. I love her. I would fight barbarian hordes for her. Annihilate the world with nuclear inferno. Wrestle with Satan for her soul. Find God and tell him that I am Vishnu come to destroy him. I would have my name tattooed on my ass for her. Today I have to have sex with her in front of her best friend. I ring on the doorbell. Ella lets me in. I can hear shouting in the back of the house. Calypso shrieking and Brad the Dick's booming voice. What's up? I ask. concerned. Brad is a dick, Ella tells me. I don't know what it is about this time. Brad storms out of the kitchen and down the corridor. So you're here too, he says accusingly at me. He turns and shouts toward the back of the house, "You're a stupid fucking bitch, Calypso. Do you hear that?" He leaves the house, slamming the heavy front door after him. Calypso walks into the hallway crying, puffy eyes and wet cheeks. He can be bastard sometimes, she says. But he doesn't mean it. She comes over all counsel for the defense with a bunch of mitigating circumstances up her sleeve. Not quite the start to the weekend I expected. Time for me to seize the opportunity to control the situation. Time for a drink, I say. Ella and Calypso follow me into the kitchen and I pour some whiskey into 3 glasses ice. I say straight. Calypso says. She knocks it back. Another. She knocks that back too. A third. I ask. With ice, she says. Have you got a mixer? OJ. I tell her perfect. She says. Me too, Ella agrees. I pour the drinks. Shall we sit in the lounge? Calypso asks. Ella nods. Bring the bottle through, Calypso says. I can feel these are going to go down very well. Thoroughly pissed, full of dial-a pizza and for some screwed-up reason watching the Maltese Falcon. I have just given a speech on the nature of drunkards. The idea I got from Kerouac where a whiskey drunk is better than a beer drunk or a wino. It only seems to make sense when I am drunk on whiskey. A different state of consciousness completely. Not as much as red wine. I know red wine is visual. Very much a visual cortex affecting chemical. Whiskey always feels cerebral cortex. White wine and beer both all-round brain numbness. But whiskey is very top 3% of the brain mass. I've seen the film before and I like it. But I am bored of the bogeyman and feel horny. I start kissing Ella and she is responsive. I ease my hand into her knickers and am surprised to find her dry. I gently touch the places that should alter her desert state. No oasis springs forth. I stop kissing and pull my face away. Don't stop, Calypso says. I'm not sure I can do this, says Ella. Sure you can, Calypso tells her. I ease my hand out of her underwear. My erection pushing at the edge of my jeans, we sit in drunken silence for a few minutes. Calypso takes her clothes off. Her nipples are erect on her well-formed breasts. Her dark pubic hair is neatly shaved into a porn star strip. Take your clothes off, Ella, she says. I don't want to. Don't be so frigid. If I can do it in front of a man I hardly know, you can do it in front of your boyfriend and best friend. No, she says defiant. Take your clothes off, Calypso says to me. I think for a second. Unsure of what is going on in Ella's head. My erection is wavering. I'm not sure if it is the situation or just the fact that the evil Calypso is naked, prettier than I ever realized, but evil and naked. I take my shirt off, dropping it on the sofa. I stand up as I remove my socks and jeans. My Calvin Klein boxer shorts came off with relative ease. Calypso and I stand naked before Ella. Humphrey Bogart is talking in the background. Ella looks at both of us. The pale naked boy and the darker naked Oriental girl. Naked in the house of a camp dentist. My erection back at the thought of what is going to happen. Take your clothes off, Ella, Calypso commands her. It feels weird, Ella says. And I wasn't getting wet before. Take your clothes off. Calypso repeats herself. I have plenty of lubricant, so don't worry about being wet. Ella pulls her indie girl dress off, unhooks her black bra and slips the matching black thong off. She stands naked, beautiful and shy in front of me. I love her. You were right about your boyfriend's cock. It is beautiful. Calypso says. I blush. Suck it. Calypso commands Ella. The beautiful Ella kneels before me and worships my cock with her mouth. Calypso has Ella and I have sex in every room in the house except her bedroom. She has us do some dirty things. I manage to ignore Calypso reaching down into her pants to masturbate while she watches us. Calypso screamed like a banshee each time she made herself come, which would have been off-putting if what Ella and I were doing wasn't so pleasurable. I wake in the morning with an erection despite all that happened last night. I feel Ella is still wet and ease her legs apart. I climb on top of her and gently push my way inside her. I love you, you dirty bastard, she says, waking me up with more cock. I can't believe you're still horny. Calypso walks into the room where Ella and I are staying. We don't stop what we are doing. Calypso sits down at the bedside table, a tray of breakfast things in her arms. She watches us and starts eating. When Ella screams her orgasm and I spray my seed inside her, we start on the fried breakfast Calypso has made for us. Slightly later in the day we get up and the three of us go for a pleasant afternoon drive into the countryside. Calypso finally decides to tell us what she was arguing with Brad about the night before. Channel 06. Black hole. He's such an asshole, Calypso says. I couldn't agree more. We are at the top of Black Down, the highest point of the local range of hills. Standing by an old stone monument, we can see for miles from our vantage point. It is deserted up here, which surprises me on a sunny Saturday afternoon. I swig from the liter bottle of water Calypso bought in the roadside cafe at the bottom. Our ascent was rapid and I frequently need to wipe the sweat from my forehead. The world is so green from up here. I can see a lake in the distance. It appears glittering blue. The sky is cloudless but Calypso has a face like thunder. Fucking drugs, she shrieks. It's always drugs with him. I swig more bottled water. I'm not even close to feeling sorry for Calypso. She deserves everything she gets. On the drive here the radio station kept playing songs by some artist I had never heard of. It is his birthday, or his new album is out or he died or something. I was bored of it, but Calypso insisted we left it on. She said she was such a big fan. He told me the reason he was so late for dinner at my house the other week was because of drugs. She pauses, grabs the bottle of water out of my hands and takes a long drink. I look at the sky, trying to spot a glint of silver in the blue, hoping the glint of silver would be an alien spacecraft coming to zap evil beings out of existence. Calypso must be an evil on a par with the Mekon or Palpatine or someone. The alien does not come to rescue me. We're all sat round waiting for dinner and he's out selling ecstasy. Jesus God, ecstasy. I knew he sold dope before. It pays the rent at university, buys the food, beer, and pretty much everything else. He is saving up the allowance he gets from his parents so he has a deposit for a house when he leaves university. But it's Class A. I stare at the glittering lake. So Brad the dick sells drugs to supplement his income. I'm still not going to feel sorry for Calypso. While we sat around waiting for his arrival he was out making $2,000 profit selling a shitload of E. That's like 100 years in prison he is messing with. He says he is going to do it at least a couple more times over the summer. Ella looks concerned. Calypso is on the edge of tears. I wish I was killing PlayStation-generated demons or reading a particularly dark and bloody Stephen King novel. The lake is so blue and my prime concern at the moment is how I can find out what it is called. A drug dealer, how can you be involved with him? Ella asks his cool. There are things about him that you'll probably never know. I mean, I don't approve of dealing Class A drugs, but the dope dealing has supported me all year. Most of my allowance is in a high-interest account. Apart from the money I put into an internet startup which I might see again in about 100 years. Calypso is crying now. It only took a mention of money for her to cry. Ella is sobbing too and hugging her longtime best friend. It seems hypocritical to me. She is keen to live off the proceeds of one type of drug but not another. Class A, Class B, dope or XTC. Without considering the consequences I ask, can he get me some smack? The looks on both their faces makes me glad it's my car we drove up here in. Otherwise it could have been a long walk home for me. Ignoring my comment Calypso says to Ella, if he gets caught I could go down as an accessory or for conspiracy or whatever the law is. Just deny everything. Tell them you thought he paid for everything out of his allowance because he loved Class A. Won't they? Calypso asks. No way. Deny it all. They have to prove you knew, which they won't be able to do. Just act dumb. They'll think you are a bit stupid, but you get to stay free with no criminal record. He shouldn't be dealing Class A drugs however much money they make him. Calypso concludes. We drive back to our town. I have not said much since the heroin thing. Calypso and Ella have prattled about shit. I want to spend my time with Ella. But I wish the world would swallow Calypso whole. I suggest we go for a pint. I park near Calypso's house and we wander off to a nearby pub. I let Calypso buy the round as she is so rich. Mine goes down easily and without prompting Calypso buys me another one. They start to include me in their conversation again. The heroin thing seemingly forgotten. We talk about music, books, and even stray into current affairs, slagging off the Prime Minister, then Her Majesty's opposition. Calypso then moves on to inheritance tax and share portfolios. She and Brad the Dick go well together. He talks about America and she goes on about money. Calypso and Ella move on to G&TS, and as Calypso still seems to be buying, I have an expensive single malt whiskey, a double with a splash of water. I feel no remorse at this. Where Calypso is concerned, my guilt has a blind spot. She is on a different wavelength to the rest of the world, which I have tuned into through Ella. I exist in the world through her. But Calypso is out of alignment. She is a UHF Shadow, but I do not have any desire to help her tune in because that may somehow cause me to lose my grip. The only way I know to tune in is through Ella, and I do not want Calypso to take her away from me. Although, despite her veil of niceness, I am sure she would like to. Ella goes off to the toilet and my nemesis is left alone with me. Silence. She breaks it by saying, "I'm sure Brad can get you some heroin if you really want." I was joking, I say. Shocked after her whole anti-E thing this afternoon, that she would suggest Brad could get me smack. Are you, she says. Brad could get you whatever you wanted. Only have to ask. I thought you were against his selling anything apart from dope. Not at all. I like the money. I like cocaine too. She pauses, unsure where she is going next. Can you keep a secret? Yes. Promise. Yes. Really? Yes, I insist. Okay, she smiles. Ella hates Brad. She hates him because of the drugs. She doesn't think I should be around a drug dealer. Maybe she's right, I say. If I didn't like you, I would never tell Ella to leave you. I so don't believe her. Anyway, Ella hates him and the drug thing. So I make like it upsets me. Every once in a while I have a cry about how terrible it all is, and Ella doesn't give me a hard time about it. Fake bitch. My mind screams. I manage not to say it to her though. It's a good arrangement. It keeps her happy and avoids trouble on both sides. She doesn't have a go at me and I don't have to defend the way I live. Why are you telling me this? I ask her. Come off it. Under that good boy I was a virgin before. You bullshit. I bet you're a dirty fucker who's been to the clinic a bunch of times due to all the slappers, tarts, and whores you fucked. And I bet you've taken enough drugs to put me to shame. Ella is too sweet and innocent to see through you. But not me. If you are going to be around permanently, which it seems you are, I think you should know where I stand so you don't screw up my setup here. I've got you sussed, but I knew you didn't know about me. What's to stop me telling her? I ask. For one, she'd never believe you. You may be trying to wrap her around your little finger, but I have had her around mine for 15 years. I know how to push all her buttons. You don't want to be left out in the cold, so play the game. I've told you the ground rules, so don't go treading on my toes. I don't know what to say or do. She has got me so wrong. She is completely deceiving Ella. This whole anti-drugs bullshit while she is loving every puff and snort. Offering me smack for real. Ella comes back from the toilet. She has been a while. I assume she must have come on. I knew she was due soon. White Mouse season opens. I need another drink. Calypso has completely spun me out. I have not just got a blind spot where she is concerned. A big black hole rests firmly in her place. I get a pint and a cheap double scotch with G&TS for Calypso and Ella. Later at Calypso's house, all three of us drunk, me most of all. They have ordered delivery curry. A horror movie video is playing. Some particularly gruesome thing I can hardly watch. I notice this fantastic painting on the wall in Christian study. Dark and brooding, impressionist I think. A reproduction in a complementary frame. I knock back more whiskey as I stare, trying to comprehend what the picture is saying to me. That's Vincent van Gogh's Crows in a Wheat Field. It was the last thing he did before he shot himself. Calypso has appeared next to me. It's my dad's favorite painting. Van Gogh shot himself in the stomach. Took him something like 2 days to die. I drink more whiskey. Somehow the painting reeks of death, but maybe it is just a suggestion put in my head by Calypso. Ella appears in the study and leads me off to bed. She takes my clothes off, blindfolds me and handcuffs me to the bed. Then I receive licks and kisses all over my body. This is followed by oral sex, my cock being worshipped again. I relax happy, drunk and recently come. Endorphins running through the ethanol in my body. When Ella removes the blindfold, Calypso is in the room. Dinner's arrived, Ella says. She uncuffs me, and even though Calypso saw me naked yesterday, I feel very self-conscious that she is in the room right now. Evil black hole bitch sucking light from the universe. We eat the curry and have Häagen-Dazs for dessert. The ice cream contrasting the spicy heat. I have trouble thinking about anything but the Van Gogh painting, and every time I look at Calypso I see a black hole almost invisible against a background of space gulping swathes of the universe into her. But there to see for those who know where to look. How do you destroy a black hole? Does it involve maneuvering a white hole close enough to it that they are drawn together and cancel each other out? Or can you implode a black hole so it swallows itself out of existence? Could I try to tune her out enough that she just fell away from the world? Just kind of fades out the way channels do when you turn the tuner away from them. If I knew how to control the dial, I would do it to her. But I have trouble tuning in myself. I need a booster like Ella to bring me in. Maybe Calypso uses Ella as a booster as well to stay aligned with the world. When she needs to tune in, she appears in Ella's life. When she has sucked out enough of the boost, she swans off again until the next time. She needs to suck more tuning from her. A vampire black hole that I want to tune out of the world setting. Channel 07. The Ancient Forest. Another Sunday spent mostly in bed hungover. Too much whiskey. I drove home this morning still somewhat all over the place. Ella stayed in bed at Calypso's. They are going to lunch with Ella's parents. I knew I would be too ill for food, so I came home. Too hungover to be any good on the PlayStation. I lie in a darkened room listening to Radiohead. The Van Gogh painting haunting me. The black crows and the dark corn. In my half-sleep, half-awake state I can hear the calling of the birds. The shrieking crows. I can feel the wind blowing the wheat. And a black hole sucking it all out of existence. I try to think about Ella, but the black hole closes in on her. An uncontrollable force of nature. More powerful than a hurricane, typhoon, or tsunami. An intergalactic vacuum sucking light and matter from the universe. The only thing I can concentrate on that seems protected from the black hole is the tattoo. My name on her ass. The one rock I can hold on to is her ass. I lie on the bed with her ass on my mind. How can I hold on to her in spite of Calypso? She has her sneaky control thing going on. Domination is her thing. Control of Ella, and it seems she has power over me too. I would not tell Ella about Calypso's deception. If Calypso is right, it is safer for me not to. I want to keep Ella forever, and it seems I must have Calypso on side for this. Sometime after 4 p.m. I struggle from under the quilt and get a glass of water. I make myself swallow a pinch of salt. I sip the water, then swallow a spoonful of sugar. I refill the glass and drink more. Hopefully I have now rebalanced the sodium, glucose, and water in my brain. I go back to bed. Now able to switch on the console and successfully concentrate on killing graphical representations of people. LLA calls around 9 p.m. and tells me I did not miss much as lunch with her parents was boring. She and Calypso spent the afternoon watching videos until Calypso's father came home. He then rustled up some cordon bleu meal for tea. Calypso went off to see Brad. Ella then clams up about the rest of her day. I ask her if she wants to come over, sensing she has something to say, but does not want to do it over the phone. She is keen to pay a visit. I ask her to pick up a Big Mac from the drive-thru on her way over. Hunger now surfacing in my UN hungover body. I devour Ella with my eyes before I devour the burger. She is not wearing anything new and has not done her hair specially or added new makeup. She just has this air about her. Whatever it is, this aura she is giving off is very attractive. She finishes off the tale of her day. Fucking Harriet. She begins. I know Harriet is her older sister who doesn't live at home. She has been mentioned in dispatches a couple of times, but I don't know very much at all about her. Ella continues. She is such a bitch. I haven't seen her since Christmas, and do you know what the first thing she said to me this evening was? I look blankly at her. It wasn't hi, nice to see you, how are you? It was still doing the same dead-end job. When I was your age, I was being headhunted out of university for 30 grand pounds a year executive jobs. I mean, what a bitch. She comes over for 1 day a year and gives me a hard time. Just because she and her Mr. Perfect boyfriend live in some posh part of London and earned more than 100 grand pounds between them in their mid-20s. She thinks she can look down on me, fucking bitch. I put my arms round her and we hug for a while. I understand why she is looking so attractive. She and her sister have been flashing their peacock feathers at one another. The week at work passes again. I see Ella a few times. Mostly I am in this weird grey half-world of living for the weekend. The two worlds of work and pleasure are the dichotomy of week and weekend. 5 to 2 or 2.5 to 1. A ratio stacked against fun. Stacked against life. Opting out of work is not viable. The pay structure is low, non-negotiable, and there are no share schemes. The slog continues. The weekend comes around. Ella and I take a Saturday afternoon drive out to the country. It is sunny with a cloudless blue sky. She parks her car near a roadside cafe and we walk through a gorge and up the path onto the moorland. Everything is green and pleasant. We talk about the future. She says the horrible marriage word. She also wants to holiday in Japan, near Mount Fuji the volcano, which she tells me is inactive. I wanted to try out California and touch the Pacific surf. We walk a long way up into the hills. We do not have a map and she is worried, but I tell her about all the times I came up here when I was younger, and how I know the area so well. We walk along the edge of the woods which I suspect are part of the age-old forest that used to cover the whole of the country in ancient times. My imagination getting carried away about something I read once. We are following one of the main paths through the hills that have stood for millions of years before our journey today and will stand for millions more after we are gone. It is one of those things that make you realize how small and unimportant you are. Will the earth notice our passing? Does it even realize we are here? Did it pay any attention to our arrival? Is it ambivalent to our existence? Is it unaware like we are know about the microscopic creatures living on our body's water bottle and she stops and takes out the drinks the life-giving liquid? She offers it to me and I put it to my lips and pour. It has been warmed by the sun, but it is still refreshing as it passes down my dry throat. The waterfall ending in a pool of stomach acid. She puts the bottle away and after a kiss we continue. She wants to walk through the woods, partly for shade and partly to think thoughts of medieval times before most of the ancient forests had been cut down. We hold hands and she tells me of medieval life and times. We walk and talk through the forest with some sunshine breaking through the canopy of leaves above our heads. We stop in a clearing by a babbling brook. The noise of the water a comfort as we sit on the rocky bank. I love you, she says, resting her head against my shoulder. I love you too, I say. I hate it when we are apart. I know, I say stroking her hair. You help make me calm. I'm such a worrier. I am scared of people, of situations, of everything. I don't like having to deal with things on my own. Work is bad. Driving is worse. I hate having to be grown up. The world is too overbearing. When you are around, I have an umbrella of protection. I can hold you and get support from you. Sometimes you don't even have to speak. Just by you being there, I can deal with things that are happening to me. Knowing you are there makes me a stronger person. What helps is the way you are such a calm person. It is infectious. Instead of being fiery and exploding about things which happen to me, I am able to take a deep breath and handle the situation without blowing my top. The other day after I saw Harriet, just by telling you it seemed to matter less. Ella kisses me on the cheek and I continue to stroke her hair. I couldn't tell you on the phone. It was not the same. I had to come to your house to tell you face to face. Then it all melted away. Your calm washed over me and what she said didn't matter anymore. It melted away just because I was near you. She pauses, as if searching for her words. Do you ever think about things you want to say to me? Yeah, sure. No, I mean sometimes I hold conversations in my head where I talk to you. Oh, I say. I get confused. Sometimes I don't know if I have said them to you or just think I have. It is a comfort to me during the times when you are not around. In my head, late at night I tell you things. In my head I have told you everything about me. Of course, in the real world I have hardly told you anything, not because I don't want to, but because there just isn't the time. I lie awake at night having conversations with you. I know it must sound stupid, but it helps me. I love you so much. I hope you don't think I'm crazy for having conversations in my brain with you. No, don't be so silly. I say, so she needs me to hold on to the world. Maybe she is even more like me than I ever thought. Another UHF Shadow. The fact that we are both out of tune, but being together gives us enough strength to tune in. Maybe we are boosters for each other, helping one another to be pulled into existing in the real world. It's so reassuring. I get so much confidence from it. If I tell you a problem in my head, I then project what you would say in response, and that helps. Especially when I am depressed about something. Good. If it helps, then you should do it, I reassure her. Sometimes it doesn't work so good. I mean, mostly it's fine, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. I was talking to someone at work the other day. She does Tai Chi or some such Far Eastern kind of thing. She told me I should visualize somewhere I feel calm. I don't know of anywhere like that. Not somewhere I feel completely safe. Not at work or in the car. Not at home. Harriet can still turn up there unannounced. And not at your home, even though you are there. The only thing I have that feels safe is the place in my brain where I talk to the imaginary you. Why not imagine here? I suggest. What? This place. A pretty clearing in an ancient forest with a gentle stream where travelers can stop and rest a while. Surely it is the perfect spot. Look around. Commit it to memory. Make this the special calm place. With you in it, she says, this can also be the place in my mind where I talk to you. She kisses me on the lips, long and passionate. I love you, she says. That is a really good idea. My calm place with you in it, giving off that chilled-out vibe that follows wherever you go. Ella takes her top off, revealing her stunning breasts. I am erect in an instant and I pull her towards me, pushing her thong down from under her skirt. She unzips the flies of my jeans and hops on my firm length. We make love in the ancient forest, the summer sun glinting through the green canopy above our heads. Later, post-coital, we stroll hand in hand back through the forest from Ella's calm place. As we slowly make our way across the mall and down towards the car, I certainly feel closer to her. Ella, the beautiful girl I met in a bookstore. The day I looked at books written by people who were still breathing. Finding a life across the books authored by the living. Finding Ella. My wonderful Ella. My love. My lover, my Venus, my muse. My possession. Now, not even 6 months after that day, she is branded with my name. She is my future and my forever. In my mind, the girl who imagines talking to me inside her head is put on a pedestal. I will worship her in the way she deserves. I am lying in bed with Ella sleeping beside me, her blonde hair framing her pretty face, her chest rising and falling as she quietly breathes next to me. I stroke her hair, something I have found myself doing a lot lately, a sign of love. I look at her and think about her calm place. I can't think of a place of my own. The clearing is hers and she would be in it if I imagined it. My place would be somewhere I could be alone. I think about my car. It's mine. I don't own a house or any other place, but I paid for the car myself. I saved up for nearly a year to buy it. I am safe there with the doors locked. My safe place. I find it hard to imagine that I learnt to drive so late. I got a job and bought myself stuff. Became independent enough to pay my parents' rent and buy everything for myself before I got my license. It was the last hurdle between being a child and becoming an adult. The girlfriend thing came after, but that never seemed like crossover criteria for me. Driving was the last thing I conquered on the path to adulthood. It came late, but that reflects my attitude to being a grown-up. It came late too. At a party, the usual blurry, unfamiliar and unfriendly faces. Brad the dick, who sold his soul to the devil long ago, is selling cocaine by the bag full, loving the profit. I walk from room to room, not finding anyone I want to speak to. I walk into a bedroom by mistake. I catch a glimpse of a couple copulating. He is barely 18 and she must be nearly 50. They hardly notice me, their rhythm barely alters. I leave them to it. In the kitchen there is an acidic smell which comes from the pots on the stove. 2 men are stirring the concoction. It looks like a soup of some description, but the stink makes my stomach retch. Mushroom soup, one of the men says. He pours some of the hot brown liquid into a cup and offers it to me. I drink it slowly, blowing on the liquid every now and then to cool it. The soup tastes a lot better than it smells. The 2 men also drink the soup and one of them says to me, "This is fucking magic." The other one laughs. I don't get the joke. When I have finished my soup, I wander off round the party some more. A small room, downstairs, but with a bed in it. 2 men arguing. One is wearing a motorcycle helmet. Another room is full of my workmates. I have no idea what to say to any of them, so I move away. I go to another room. There is a DJ in here. The dance floor is huge, dark, and packed. I cannot find Ella anywhere. I think she might be hiding. I don't think it is from me. I look around the weird party some more. Everything starts to move in slow motion, like streamed video through a narrowband connection. I realize why the mushroom soup was fucking magic. In the hallway is Harriet. I have only ever seen her in a picture at Ella's house. It was taken a long time ago, when she was 16 or 17. She has not changed at all. I recognize her instantly. She is waving a shotgun around and telling people what to do. People are fetching her food and drink, a chair, giving her money. She smells of power. I am frozen to the spot, unable to move. She notices me and I feel extremely small as her piercing blue eyes glare at me. They spin round, blue meanie-like, and I am trapped. She opens her mouth and bellows at me. Where is she? I can't open my mouth to reply. My lips have morphed together and will not open. M8 is the only sound I manage to make. Runt, she screams. I will crush you with my bare hands. She moves towards me. I try to run, but am still rooted to the spot. Her hands wrap around my neck and she begins to apply pressure on my throat. Tell me. The rest of the world has faded away and there is only Harriet intent on destroying me. I don't know if she says it, or if I do, but the word appears in the air between us, Ella. I wake myself up. My mind deciding I have tormented myself enough. Ella is quietly sleeping next to me in my bed. How we got back from the party, I have no idea. It all went a bit trippy for a while. Ella is serene in slumber. I touch her fine hair, lay a gentle kiss on her forehead and whisper, I love you. Channel 08. Destination. Kung Fu fighting on repeat, loud. Putting me in the mood for a long Street Fighter 2 session. Oh, fast as lightning. Playing my favorite, Chun-Li, and kicking Blanca's ass royally. Looking forward to taking Cammy to pieces next. Ella steps into my room. No doubt let in by my mother, who is talking about getting her a key of her own. Chun-Li does a spinning helicopter kick to finish Blanca for a perfect rating. Those kicks were fast as lightning. She closes the door behind her. My shoulders receive a massage that feels nice, removing the tension of a hard day far quicker than the violent pixels of my PlayStation. I enjoy the moment, trying hard not to think what she wants as payment for the service. The track begins its next repeat. The trail of yin-yang voice to musical reply. The simple narrative follows its path. A pattern dancing in the space of my room. Familiar but refreshing. An ordered melody. She plays with my hair and for the first time I turn and look at her properly. A rouge wet look lipstick makes her even more attractive than usual. The moist wet lips make a promise that I hope will be fulfilled. Soft succulent satin when she finally touches my mouth with her tender kiss. She peels off my clothes and changes the CD. We cannot make love to this, she tells me. The blood is racing out of my brain, so I decide I would be unable to sustain an argument in favor of the track. She puts on a slow dance album. Almost, but not quite, an ambient CD. This is the kind of mood I am in, she says before undressing herself. After she has given me some pleasure to remove the Wednesday evening stress from a week of work only half over, she gets to what she wants. You know that time off we have booked together? Yes, I say, unsure where this is going. I think we should do something special. Like? I inquire. Well, I think we could get one of those inexpensive last-minute holidays to somewhere hot, say a Mediterranean destination. Cheap and hot. What do you think? Without really considering it, I say, sounds great. So where shall we go? I think Spain, but say, we need to wait and see what kind of deals there are on the websites for those dates. A sensible solution, I am sure. Yes, but we'll only take places in Greece, she says decisively and definitely. Having persuaded me through a massage and sex, she is on her way out the door. Apparently a long-standing arrangement to hang out with Calypso. I try not to feel manipulated as I put the Kung Fu CD back on repeat and start kicking the pixelated crap out of Cammy. Being particularly sadistic, as that is what she deserves. It was a little bit frightening. Watching TV on a wet Saturday afternoon. The grey clouds with no sun breaking through. The worst day of the summer so far. It has not been a scorcher, but it has not been bad. Only 1 or 2 days where the tabloids have gone wild about the heat, showing pictures of crowded beaches and people enjoying the cooling liquid of a big public water feature. I am watching the TV trying to decide whether what it shows is real. The grey sky and drizzle outside do not seem plausible to me. But the sunlight scene of the Hollywood film classic on BBC Two feels so real to me. The shared experience of the people watching it is the collective reality I seek. The rainy day outside my window is mine, but this old movie starring Judy Garland is more real than the weather. It is a big question and I cannot find an answer. Does the world exist as I see it on TV and in the papers and on the net? Or are these tainted versions? An impression of something that was real, but through the retelling process has lost the truth. It is an interpretation of a writer and a still camera in print or the sequence of action filmed for TV. Or a mixture of these on the internet. Where is the touch of reality? Different papers carry hugely different stories and pictures and impressions of reality. Can I believe any of them? Cinema also alters things. Ants become 30 feet high and faces become huge images of emotion on the screen. Their fiction more obvious than a novel. A more noticeable construct. The need for many people against the novel's personal truth, scribbled in a quiet room locked away from people and the various interpretation of the world. Him no nearer the truth than any of the others. Just versions. Light passing through prisms. Almost always failing to refract into a rainbow. I close my eyes and wish it all away. Hoping that the power of my mind is enough to make it all work out for the better. When I open my eyes it is still raining outside my window. Another Saturday night spent far too close to Calypso and Brad the Dick. In truth, the fact that they inhabit the same planet as me is too close. Being sat at a table in a fashionable, expensive, Chinese restaurant on the waterfront is not a position I wish to be found in. I would rather be watching bland Saturday night entertainment on TV with my parents. Calypso and her tiny dress that she thinks makes her sophisticated, but really just makes her look like a prostitute. And Brad the Dick in his tweed suit, and I cannot begin to fathom the Winnie the Pooh tie and matching cufflinks. He's a big-time drug dealer. I can't take him seriously. Drug dealers should ooze cool. They should wear this season's top fashion and just stand out as street cool. But Brad looks like he would stand out as a likely mugging victim in any urban situation. Not the image of someone carrying lots of illegal substances and probably a big stash of cash. Ella has gone to the toilet and I am struggling to care about the polite conversation Calypso is making with me. She is discussing the finer points of some girl band's brand new single, which she clearly loves. I have never heard of the track or of them, but struggle to nod and make positive grunts at the right moments. Wishing again I could fade out of this scene and into a more comfortable place. Say a torture chamber. I am sure Calypso could destroy Torquemada with a glance. How does Ella get me into these situations? Why can't I just say no? It is a simple word that could help me avoid all sorts of painful and annoying social moments like this. I survive by imagining they are both being eaten alive by termites. Although more realistically I wish tapeworms upon them both. Or at least a stomachache. With this in mind I order different dishes to them. Ella is back from her trip to the toilet by the time we order. She has taken back over the mantle of conversing with the evil duo. I go back to sinking as much lager as possible. It is the only was to survive the night. She starts telling them about Greece. I want to go to one of the islands. There are hundreds to choose from. Golden sands, lots of sun, blue sea and the opportunity to get a suntan. The history will be fantastic, Calypso adds. Yes, you can't go to the oldest civilization in Europe without taking in some of its past. Brad says, way up his own ass. I drink more to deal with the whole pain in the next situation. The first course is dedicated to a discussion of everything Greek. Brad the Dick is, of course, an expert. From his private school top grade A level in classical civilizations to a summer spent island hopping followed by a month in Athens. I really wish the termites would hurry up and eat the bastard's tongue. When the course is finished, Brad changes tack. Maybe he has noticed I am not taking part in the conversation. Or maybe he has run out of so-called amusing anecdotes about Greek hotels. He asks me what I do for a living. Despite having told him at least twice before, I know he is incapable of listening when he is told something. I get 3 words into my first sentence when he interrupts and starts telling me about how he hopes to work in international business jetting between London and the United States and generally being very rich. He goes on to tell me about how important the internet is and how I should know about web design. I decide not to go into the complex CGI script I coded for the firm's website, which I also helped to build. While he drones on about theory and things he is still 2 years away from really doing, by which time it will all be different anyway. While he does that, I think about how I'm going to have a great time with Ella later. I undress her with my eyes, touching her, caressing her with my vision. My mental foreplay moving on to make love to her with my eyes. She smiles at me like she knows what I am doing. Then I realize Brad the Dick has asked me a question. I choke on the knowledge that I have no clue what he has been talking about. I decide not to take a random stab in the dark, as what I say will probably sound ludicrous. So I manage to come out with the ingenious, "What?" Brad sighs, like I'm the flaky ignorant dipshit he expects me to be. Then he repeats his question. Do you think it is right for someone in the United States to be selling real estate on the moon? I look at him blankly. Even if there is someone out there selling land on the moon, I cannot see what it really has to do with me. Or with here and now in a fashionable, read expensive, Chinese restaurant on the waterfront. I know I am hardly someone who is well in tune with the real world, but Brad is right now on some far-off plane of existence. His timing is completely out of sync. Another shadow clinging on to the world. Or maybe just an asshole. I go for option 2. I am sure Brad the Dick is absolutely nothing like me. The bar. I decide the best thing to do when confronted by an idiot is to go to same again, everyone. I ask, before heading off to the sanctity of the restaurant bar. I know they bring drinks over, but the circumstances at this moment are too dire to wait for an alcoholic beverage. Another wonderful evening with Calypso and Brad the Dick. I have a double at the bar in a vague hope that being a drunken mess will help the situation. I cannot figure out why I live in a world where being at work is better than going out to a fashionable, red expensive, Chinese restaurant on the waterfront. Work is better than dinner with my girlfriend's mates. 20 years old and I prefer work to socializing with people. There must be something very wrong with me. My job isn't that great, so what am I thinking of? The decor of this place does not quite work. I can't figure out why. It is just slightly tacky. I carry the tray of drinks back to the table, hoping Brad will have stopped being an asshole. The main course has arrived when I return. I start on my sweet and sour and wish evil thoughts across the table at Brad the Dick and Calypso. Brad the Dick pulls out his Kennedy theories again. I wish for oblivion or the willpower to say no when Ella suggests socializing with these two. I cannot seriously believe either will ever happen. I stumble blindly on into the darkness of the future. A vision of what is to come. No knowledge. Events washing over me. My reaction never making even a ripple against the strong current in this ocean where I am soon to drown. I take my next breath, which only brings more anxiety. Maybe I should become a recluse and never leave the house again. Living in the safety of my room and my PlayStation. The safe cathartic otherworld where I am able to behave however I like with no repercussions and where death is only an illusion that the start button removes. Channel 09. Children in men's clothing. I can hear my mobile ringing. I know it is mine by the Star Wars theme tune. I am having one of those intense dreams where I cannot wake up. I can hear the tune, but I am unable to rouse myself. I try to move but my limbs are too heavy and I have no way of getting to it. I struggle through the treacle quagmire fighting a losing battle. As the ringer dies I finally manage to push my eyes open. I access the last caller ID. It is Ella, my love. Ella has been talking about this 90s retro night. I'm only half keen on the idea. It is called Party like it's 1999. She wants us to go all dressed up. It is so messed up. I still have a bunch of clothes I wore in the 90s. I hardly look any different. I don't see the big appeal of 90s retro. We were just there and now we have to relive it without having moved on. The 90s weren't that great for me. I didn't know Ella back then. Why do I want to think about a time when she did not exist in my life? I know she wants to talk about this 1999 thing because she would not ring me so early on a Saturday morning otherwise. It sucks that she calls my mobile. She knows she shouldn't disturb my parents on a Saturday at 8 a.m., so she calls my mobile, knowing I would have left it on having had a mammoth Friday night PlayStation session, and gone to sleep without having remembered to turn it off. Sometimes I wish I lived on the Ender Moon with all the Ewoks so I could get some peace and quiet and not have to go to dumb theme nights all the time. I'm listening to the levelers a lot. Too much. Hippies. I'm sure I should be into more angry music. I don't know what, some heavy metal or gangster rap. But here I am listening to 15 years on repeat. I have a love-hate relationship with the band. The whole being an individual thing when you know thousands and thousands of people are receiving the same message and buying into that alternative thing. We are all just the same. Bone, blood, and brain. We all eat, sleep, shit and piss. We all want love and affection. We all want to live forever. We all want to live in a better world. Of course, few of us will ever be in a position to change it. I am hoping that my existence and my choices are enough to make a small difference. Hopefully, if there are enough people out there doing their best in their own way, however minor that is, then, maybe in some gestalt way, the result will be so much greater than the sum of the parts each of our efforts have made. Maybe I won't find a cure for disease, end world hunger, or even make the trains run on time. But, maybe just being kind will be enough to help nudge the world in the right direction. I really want to drink. I feel like a white Russian. I have vodka and Kahlua and there is milk in the fridge. Whole, not skimmed. It is not even 8:30 a.m. and I am thinking about cocktails. I switch on the PlayStation to take my mind off it, but I can't decide which game to put on. None of them appeal to me right now. The only thing on my mind is the White Russian. I want it so much my mind is imagining the flavor. I turn the machine off. I go downstairs, make some toast and pour some milk into a half-pint glass. I go up to my room, eat the toast and fill the rest of the glass up with the 2 spirits. I stir it to mix the 3 liquids together. I put the levelers on the stereo and sip the drink. The taste is fantastic so I take some big slurps. The creamy concoction makes me feel better. I call Ella. I thought you were ignoring me, is the first thing she says, even before I have got to hello. By the time I woke up you had rung off. And it has taken 20 minutes to call me back. I had a bit of breakfast, I was starving. Whatever, she says dismissively. About tonight. I knew it. The bloody 90s retro club night. What about tonight? I ask. Calypso isn't feeling well, so I'm going over to see her this morning and I'll probably stay till Monday morning. What about her dad? Can't he look after her? Yes, but she asked me to help. I'll see you on Monday or something. She hangs up before I can say goodbye or I love you or anything like that. I hate her. I hate Calypso too, maybe more so. I am not sure. I finish the White Russian in one go. I want another one but cannot be bothered to go and get the milk so I have a vodka and Kahlua mix. It tastes a lot better with milk, but it still goes down. I turn my bedside lamp off and go to bed cursing Ella and Calypso as evil witches. I have this nightmare that I'm watching this crappy soppy movie I've seen 100 times before, but I'm unable to change channels. Then Calypso comes to my house, up to my room. The movie has changed into a dirty film. Calypso is naked and pours baby oil all over herself and starts masturbating in my room in my house. I love porn, she tells me as I watch her body quiver in waves of orgasm, each more vocal than the one before. Then I start masturbating trying to look at Jenna Jameson who is giving fellatio to some guy whose dick would make a donkey feel inadequate, while some other guy is having sex with her. I look at her pretending it is me thrusting in and out of her. But the harder I try to look at the screen the more I find myself looking at Calypso pleasuring herself beside me. The soft brown color of her skin, her excited nipples pointing towards the sky, her heaving breasts and neatly shaved pubic hair. I force myself to wake up hating Calypso even more for ruining my wet dream. It is well afternoon and I have a strange taste in my mouth which I put down to the vodka and Kahlua. As I lie in bed I actually find myself looking forward to our holiday in Greece. We are planning to get a last-minute deal from the internet as they are cheap. Flight and accommodation for a few £100 each. A week in the sun with the sea lapping up against my feet as I lounge on the beach covered in factor 1 million sun block to save my pale skin from burning. A long week of calm nothing. Hundreds of miles away from the evil that is Calypso. Just Ella and I. Tom calls me on my mobile. It has been ages since I talked to him. Much longer since I saw him. I never really liked people very much. Mostly they did not bother me and I never bothered them. Books were enough for me. I ignored librarians and bookstore co-workers. If I borrowed or bought a book, I communicated with them as much as necessary. But mostly I got by fine without having to deal with too many people. Tom came to our school when we were about 12 or 13. Everyone had their own friendship groups, except me. Tom found it hard to make friends, and I didn't have any because I was not bothered with all that stuff. He used to hang around with me in the playground and the school library. He sat with me at lunch, and he took to reading to have something to say to me. Tom was quite clever and understood the books pretty well. Arguing about Sartre and Camus is not a normal thing for 15-year-olds to do in their lunch hour, but we did. When we left school, he went off and got some call center job, and I went to college and then got a job at the place I work now. Tom keeps in touch with me still. He is better at staying in touch than I am. I see him every now and then for lunch or a quick drink. He still works in a call center. In 4 years he has gone from disposable agency fodder to £30,000 a year manager. He phones to tell me that he has just been made a full manager over 100 people for some major finance company's call center in an open plan office in the center of the city 30 miles from where I live. He has a dockside apartment, a good car, and a huge digital TV. Tom wants to go out for a drink with me to celebrate his new job title. I wonder, but do not ask, why he doesn't just go out with people up there. I haven't seen him in over 6 months. His number is on the mobile Ella gave me. Apart from her numbers, my parents, work, and Calypso's numbers, Tom is the only person on the SIM Cards number store. He practically begs me to go up and see him. But he tells me not to drive as parking is impossible on a Saturday night in the city center. I reluctantly agree to see him. Does he still have no other friends but me, like in school? No one to hang out with and celebrate his success. I walk over to the train station, buy a ticket, and wait for the next train. The small station is grubby and lots of crusty types are loitering in the area. I go to the toilet and find it has some ultraviolet lights. Ella once told me they install these lights to stop junkies using the toilets to shoot up. I don't know how it works. Maybe the veins do not show up or something. I have possibly the worst shit of my life. The vodka I drank this morning giving me stomach ache. Vodka belly. I hate the after effect, but the initial effect on my mind makes up for it. My feces are practically liquid, and it does not help that I have not eaten since yesterday lunchtime. I eventually leave the toilet, buy a newspaper, and sit down to read. Anything to take my mind off the shit I have just had. I flick through the news, unable to make any kind of attachment to what goes on in the world. I have trouble convincing myself any of it has anything to do with me in time or space. Some days I have problems believing anything in the world is real. I have heard of America and Russia and Israel, but have never actually been there. How do I know they really exist? And if they don't, why should I waste my time reading about news in a place that is not real? I am forcing myself to read an article on interest rates and monetary exchanges when my phone rings. I read Ella on the display and answer it. "Hey, what are you doing?" she asks. "I'm going for a drink with Tom." "Tom? Who's Tom?" "A guy I went to school with." I explain. "Hello," I say. "I thought you only saw him for lunch once every blue fucking moon." "He called me. I had nothing else on. Calypso got us tickets to see a band. They are supposed to be the next big thing." "You didn't say." "I thought she was ill or something." "She got better." A long angry pause. "Are you coming?" she asks. "I'm about to get on the train." "So you're not coming?" she says. "No," I say and hang up. I hate the game she plays, making me feel unwanted. She runs off to Calypso and basically tells me to fuck off. Then she calls and expects me to have nothing better to do than come running like her lapdog at a moment's notice. Fuck her. I'm going to have fun. I don't have a clue what Tom and I are going to talk about, but I suppose after a few pints and we'll talk a bunch of crap and nothing will matter but the one evening universe which is created by the alcohol. The train finally arrives and I get on, taking a seat and trying to look like the sort of person other travelers do not want to sit near. I don't bother with the newspaper anymore. What isn't a lie or blatant inaccuracy is too boring for me to be concerned with. The train begins to move and I head up country to see long-lost Tom. I love her all the time. When she is being sweet, when she is talking about marriage in some post-coital euphoria, and even when she is a bitch to me. Her knee-high shiny red high-heel leather boots stamping on my drooling face for eternity. The imagery in my brain is all messed up. Orwell crossed with fetish porn. She asked to urinate on me a few weeks ago. While she was doing it, she insisted I open my mouth so it passed my lips into my body. I did not taste like I expected. It was warm though, and it seemed funny when she got me to swallow it. She loves power. After she did that, she climbed on top of me and controlled every aspect of fucking me. She has since started talking about defecating on me. I am not at all keen on it. She made me swallow her urine. I have no intention of eating her feces. She shits on me enough metaphorically without her doing it for real. Ella has some strange stuff going on in her brain. I have trouble figuring her out. One minute she is all over me with her dirty thoughts and actions. The next she does not want to see me at all. She spends too much time with the super queen empress bitch of the world. I have never hated anyone like I hate Calypso. If I could remove one person from reality, it would be her. Cast her from the world into nothing. Never to return. I am sure beautiful Ella and I could be truly happy without Calypso. When I arrive in the big city, there is an electric twinge of nervousness in the warm evening sun. Expectancy hanging in the summer air. The sword of Damocles preparing to drop. Tom arrives late to the station. He is well tanned. No doubt the result of an expensive foreign holiday. He takes me to the train station bar and buys around, taking a £20 note from a big wedge of cash. I am immediately put on edge. I half wish I had given in to Ella and gone to see the band with her. Tom has half drunk his pint before he starts to speak to me. I have hardly touched my drink. Instead, watching the busy bar and the packed station. Trains coming in and out of the many platforms. Waves of people boarding and alighting. The unguided, unfathomable, just plain irregular tide of humanity. They made me a manager. At 20 years of age. A manager. In charge of 100 co-workers in my call center. £30,000 a year. 20 years old and I pull in more than my dad. I have got some serious Oedipus issues going on. He pauses, drinking more. I drink too. Needing the alcohol cushion in my system if I am going to deal with other people's feelings. I'm not very good with feelings. I just about tread water with Ella, who I love and sleep with. But Tom, who I rarely see, and do not know a great deal about anymore. What am I going to do about Tom? I have this cool apartment, he continues. And a great car. A fucking huge television and an amazing sound system. All these material things. Oh, and all the girls. Did I tell you about the girls? I have a bunch of women from the call center chasing me. I get sex just about as often as I want it. I assume it is the money. I never had girls chase me at school or when I was just a co-worker. Since I got into management, I have been unable to get rid of them. Is there anyone special? I ask. No, not a one. Lots of copulation. No love. It's just sex. Biology. Penis. Vagina. Penetration. The orgasm is just a biological function. There are no feelings, not for me, I really don't know about them. No girl stands out above another, except for physical things, size of breasts, fullness of lips, smell of cunt. Pure physiology. No emotions. He drinks more. I am having trouble looking him in the eye. In 4 years I have really only seen him for lunch, the occasional drink and polite conversation. And now here we are doing a deep and meaningful as if we stayed in day-to-day contact after we left school. I am really very unhappy. I have physiological pleasure. I have money and material possessions. A good job too. But I just do not feel right. I cannot put my finger on what is wrong. It is an itch somewhere that I cannot quite reach however hard I try to get it. An eternal itch. I'm a little boy living in the world of grown-ups. I want to go and play in the sandpit. I am like Tom Hanks in that movie Big. Except I don't know how to go back. He finishes his drink and I finish mine. We hit another bar. His solemn mood takes an upturn. We drink pints and shoot pool. We act like we do this every night. He tells me about his job and the responsibility. In a couple of years he could manage all 5 floors of the call center instead of just one. Tom goes on about the way in which calls are held and passed out. He tells me about scripting for the calls. He gets really technical when he describes how the network in his office is set up. Each terminal has the lowest possible specifications to run the software, which comes from a central server that is top of the range. He seems to know his stuff. Although he is keen to listen when I mention the CGI scripting I did at work. We talk about school and the old days. Between the two of us we seem to know what very few of our classmates are doing only 4 years after leaving school. Tom also confesses he does not read anymore. I am in no way upset, although he acts like I really should be. Eventually and reluctantly I tell him about Ella. Tom asks me a question about work and I mention Ella in the reply. Even though she exists in a different universe to my work, and a different universe to Tom, I somehow manage to bring her into the conversation. Who's Ella? Tom asks. I can tell he already suspects what the answer will be. My girlfriend, I shrug, hoping that will be the end of it. So what's this Ella like? Have you been together long? She's fantastic and we've been together, I don't know, 5 or 6 months. He coaxes the information out of me. I tell him about how we met that day in the bookstore. About the times we have had together. I explain about the tattoo. It impresses him. He immediately picks up on the branding and ownership issues without my bringing them up. I also mention Calypso. I explain how she stifles my relationship with Ella for no real reason that I am aware of. She plays the concerned friend with me, but I know deep down Calypso despises me. But it's okay, I tell Tom. I hate the bitch right back. Good for you, he says. My round. He buys 2 more pints with double whiskey chasers. We are both beginning to become lost in the alcoholic haze of a summer Saturday spent in the company of drink. We sit in a waterside garden bar at dusk. There are maybe 100 people here. All the bars have been packed, but we have ignored the other customers and they in turn ignore us. Society, or whatever it is, in perfect working order. The whole world doing its best to have nothing to do with one another while coexisting in a relatively small space. Ella and I are going to Greece soon. Mainland or islands? He asks. Islands, I think. That will be nice. Have you ever been? I ask. No, I've never been abroad. Where did you get the tan? I ask. Under a UV lamp at the gym. It's fake just like the rest of my life. He knocks back another double whiskey and walks off towards the bar. I can only think about the messed up life I lead. The one thing really on my mind is Ella. She shines in my life brighter than the sun. Her presence is the gravity that holds my life in place, orbiting her heavenly body. Calypso is, of course, the black hole that is trying to drag me away from the star I revolve around. That is my universe. Tom is just a comet that comes around every so often, but is never trapped into close proximity. He brings more alcohol. When the pub shuts, we stagger on to a club to drink more alcohol, paying the excessive prices for the privilege of drink. We don't dance or talk to people. Some girls try to start a conversation with us. I ignore them at first, then have to explain my love for Ella. Tom tries to ignore them. The persistent ones finally get told to go fuck themselves. At around 1 a.m. we leave the club and head to Tom's apartment. Tom explains about the barrister who lives on the floor above him and the porn film director who lives down the hall. He says this guy has scores of attractive women visit him every week. We arrive at his place. He fumbles with his keys, taking several attempts to get in. He finds me a spare duvet and I make myself comfortable on the sofa. Good night, best friend, Tom says before staggering off to bed. I have a deep uninterrupted night's sleep, waking at around midday with a slight hangover. I decide to go home. I look for Tom, finding him unconscious on the floor in the bathroom. Vomit all over the sink and bathtub. I wake him and I help him into his bed. Push his bin next to his king-sized double bed. I bring him a glass of water and put it on his bedside cabinet. I say goodbye, and he says he will call me soon. I let myself out. I pass a bottle blonde in a tiny purple PVC bikini, hardly hiding her major assets, on the stairs. I smile at her. She ignores my existence. I am tuned out of her universe. I am unsure of quite when I will see or hear from my life brighter than the sun. Her presence is the gravity that holds my life in place, orbiting her heavenly body. Calypso is, of course, the black hole that is trying to drag me away from the star I revolve around. That is my universe. Tom is just a comet that comes around every so often, but is never trapped into close proximity. He brings more alcohol. When the pub shuts, we stagger on to a club to drink more alcohol, paying the excessive prices for the privilege of drink. We don't dance or talk to people. Some girls try to start a conversation with us. I ignore them at first, then have to explain my love for Ella. Tom tries to ignore them. The persistent ones finally get told to go fuck themselves. At around 1 a.m. we leave the club and head to Tom's apartment. Tom explains about the barrister who lives on the floor above him and the porn film director who lives down the hall. He says this guy has scores of attractive women visit him every week. We arrive at his place. He fumbles with his keys, taking several attempts to get in. He finds me a spare duvet and I make myself comfortable on the sofa. "Good night, best friend," Tom says before staggering off to bed. I have a deep uninterrupted night's sleep, waking at around midday with a slight hangover. I decide to go home. I look for Tom, finding him unconscious on the floor in the bathroom. Vomit all over the sink and bathtub. I wake him and I help him into his bed. Push his bin next to his king-sized double bed. I bring him a glass of water and put it on his bedside cabinet. I say goodbye, and he says he will call me soon. I let myself out. I pass a bottle blonde in a tiny purple PVC bikini, hardly hiding her major assets, on the stairs. I smile at her. She ignores my existence. I am tuned out of her universe. I am unsure of quite when I will see or hear from Tom again. I walk slowly towards the train station in the hot Sunday afternoon sun. Channel 10. Magic Portal. I've been looking for cheap holidays on the internet for over a week now. The prices only seem to go down in the last 2 or 3 days before takeoff. Ella wants Greece. After a lot of thought, she decided we should opt for an island like Kos or Crete. I keep hearing about a place called Ayia Napa on TV and reading about it in e-papers. I don't have a clue where it is. It gets talked about in the same way as Ibiza. Another party island. I'm not sure I want to go to a place that has a reputation as a club capital. It's just not my thing. I lay awake at night wondering how warm it will be. Will the sea be blue and will I be able to eat Greek food for a whole week? Anything to avoid thinking about the airplane. I have been on a plane before. To Spain a few times on holiday with the folks. I always hated the flight. Plane crashes are always big news. All over TV and the papers. There always seems to be amateur footage of it as well. Like people out there point their camcorders at planes just in case they crash. Morbid bastards. Survival rates in plane crashes are very low. Most often everyone dies. I know there are thousands of flights every day and crashes are extremely rare. But I am still worried by it all. 2 days before we are due to head out, I am on the internet looking at holidays. They are starting to go down in price for the week we want. Ella calls me up on my mobile to tell me she has just booked our holiday. She has been impatient to have it sorted out for a while now. She got a Greek island and the price is not bad at all. We are going to an island that I have vaguely heard of. Rhodes. The internet gives me a map of the island and I also get a potted history. I decide to spend money on a proper guide. I pick one up from the bookshop in the out-of-town late-night shopping center. I half-read each of the books on the island before I make my decision of which to buy. As I return to my car, I get a phone call from Ella on my mobile. I read her name on the display and have a strong urge to ignore it. That passes and is followed rapidly by a wave of guilt. I answer. She tells me we are going over to Calypso's tonight. Her dad is out, so we are going to do video and pizza. She tells me to come pick her up. I throw the guidebook on the backseat and drive over to her house, then on to Calypso's via an off-license. She tells me I cannot drink, as she needs a lift home. When we arrive, Brad the Dick and Calypso are arguing over what video to watch. She wants a girly comedy and he wants Oliver Stone's JFK. I have seen JFK and would at some point want to watch it again, but not at a pizza and video evening with my girlfriend's mates. I reluctantly find myself siding with Calypso. But I suppose it would be more weird siding with Brad the Dick. Brad the Dick decides if we are not going to watch one he is going to talk right through the whole movie we have chosen to watch. He gives us this bull speech about how he does not believe man has walked on the moon. Like 2 years before they are supposed to have got there, NASA was having trouble getting the rocket off the ground. And they try to tell us that by July of '69 everything was sorted out? It is bull. All you have to do is look at the pictures. The shadows are all wrong. And who was taking the film when Armstrong came down the ladder? I read somewhere of some eyewitness who claims to have seen the re-entry module being dropped out of a plane. He goes on about this for half the movie. However we argue about it, I cannot find a way to shut him up. Then from nowhere Calypso ends the conversation. She must have been brewing her anger the whole time, as she has not said a word until now. She underlines how much of an asshole he is with one sentence. She speaks, "If you don't believe man has walked on the moon, why do you spend good money buying land there over the internet?" He goes silent and looks like the moodiest bastard in the world. It cheers me up no end. I smile, Cheshire cat-like, for the rest of the evening. The big day arrives. We decided days ago that we should travel to the airport by train. The long-stay car park would cost a bunch more. 2 trains and 90 minutes later we arrive at the airport. We have plenty of time before the flight is due to take off. We check in and our bags get taken away on the conveyor belt. We move through the metal detectors and head into the departure lounge. Our adventure starts here. We find some seats near a monitor. The screen already telling us the flight is delayed. A stay of execution. The wait giving the evil terrorists vital extra minutes to load the bomb that will tear the fuselage into a billion pieces. Ella has bought a bunch of women's magazines and she begins reading about fashion, orgasms, and celebrity gossip. I have chosen Douglas Coupland as my travel buddy. Generation X for the outward journey and Polaroids from the dead for the return flight. I read a few chapters before I noticed the plane has been delayed even longer. More chance for terrorists to plot and more opportunities for me to change my mind about the whole thing. Turn around and go home. Live a long and happy life as a coward instead of a short fiery life as a plane crash statistic. Survival rates on plane crashes are surely not much higher than a big fat 0. I could be at home in bed safe and sound while these other fools are smashed into a trillion pieces by the inferno of impact. Instead of going home, I take a walk. Looking at the shops, which have no real interest for me. A jeweler's, a towel and swimsuit shop. A general store, a music store. Another dedicated to cheap alcohol, which arouses my vague interest for around about 20 seconds. Then there is a bookshop. I imagine it bathed in a golden light as though I had discovered the lost city of El Dorado shimmering across the departure lounge in the reflected light of its gold against the sun. In reality, the bookshop is just one of those national chains which feel and look the same whether you are in Plymouth or Glasgow. Familiarity making the customer at ease. So McDonald's. A standard throughout the world. Plastic seats, special sauce, and clean toilets. The bookstore is arranged pretty much the same as the one in our hometown. Slight alterations due to size and dimensions of the unit. It is virtually empty. Only the co-worker and myself. It is 7 p.m. on a Saturday night. I am so not surprised it is empty in here. A 24-hour bookshop is cool, but I pity the poor bastards who have to work these graveyard shifts while their mates are no doubt down the pub getting wasted and hitting on their girlfriends. There is a sad death-like feeling in this bookshop. Even when I look at books written by the living, it still reeks of death. Maybe it is the hour and emptiness of the store. Or perhaps it is merely my own paranoia of aeroplane annihilation being projected outwards. I feel extremely lonely in this place. Reading the back of a book and looking up and out of the store into the crowded departure lounge through the magic portal of the bookshop entrance. A huge bubble of nothing pressed against the massive crowd of people. I wonder if I will ever be able to move through the portal from the world of books, which could be in any city center or mall throughout the country, back into the real world of all these people, back to where Ella is waiting, reading her women's magazines. It crosses my mind that maybe there is really only one bookstore, and when you step inside from any mall you are transported by the portal to this one store where all the people who ever use any of the stores are taken. A special space-time system of travel. It is what all these companies are aiming to do. A Walmart in Nova Scotia should be the same as one in London. So this system must be their ideal. As I leave the bookshop, I hope the portal takes me back to the right place. I would have some explaining to do if I ended up in the Mall of America. I hold my breath, close my eyes and step through the magic portal. I find myself back in the airport departure lounge. I return to Ella only to discover the flight has been moved back even further. "I'm hungry," she says. "Go to Burger King for me." "Where is it?" I ask. "On the upper level," she points up behind me. I glance over my shoulder and see the restaurant. I go up the escalator and face the throng of people trying to buy a burger. 4 hours later we finally get to move into the lounge where our passports are checked. Somewhere a baby is screaming, and however hard I try I cannot tune it out. Most of the other travelers are in their 20s looking like they are going for a big party. I didn't realize that Rhodes was a big party island, but I had not heard much about it until a few days ago. Slowly we are allowed onto the plane. I feel I have passed the point of no return. If it is going to crash, killing everyone on board, then I will be one of those statistics. After we sit down, Ella starts telling me the delightful story of her parents' flight back from New York in '96. Apparently, they flew home out of JFK Airport a couple of days after the TWA 600 fell out of the sky that summer. I am sure talking about plane crashes when you have just boarded an aircraft is not a good plan. I'm sure if you looked in a book of etiquette it would advise against it. I have nearly finished Generation X. With all the waiting, I have had plenty of reading time. I buckle myself in and hold onto the book, looking forward to reading when we are airborne, or just looking cool when they pull my body out of the wreckage at the end of the runway. Generation-defining book in hand. The plane gets in a queue and I watch out of the window as the other winged vehicles turn onto the runway and race away along the tarmac before pointing their noses to the sky and taking off. Soon it is our turn and Ella grasps my hand tightly. I guess she is also worried about the flight. I just thought she was cool about it, but it appears I am mistaken. As our plane points its nose to the stars in the night sky, she whispers, "I love you." "I love you too," I say as the craft leaves the safety of the ground. As we reach our cruising height, the pilot welcomes us on board and tells us our flight will take around 4 hours. Ella releases my hand and starts reading another magazine. Now making out she was not scared and we did not share any kind of a fearful moment. I am still petrified of the flight. The in-flight movie is the Virgin Suicides, which really does not help my mood at all. Senseless, unexplained death. I'm sure it is the perfect start to everyone's summer holiday. I finish the novel and start on Polaroids. It occurs to me that Jerry Garcia is actually dead now. But at least I get the reference to Charles Manson and Sharon Tate. The picture of her in the book is a good one. She was really pretty. His references to the early 90s being pictures in a drawer seem weird. I suppose I do not connect to whatever happened in those years. I was too young. I had only just heard of Nirvana when their lead singer shot himself. It was a strange time for me. I had just become aware of something cool when it was gone. I look at Ella and for some reason can only think of Calypso. I hate her. More or less since the moment I first met her. That day I waited for so long in the sunshine for Ella and she arrived with something that would change our relationship. I wish that day had never happened. The air hostesses bring round a meal for everyone. Rubber chicken in what they claim is a cheese and white wine sauce. I am not convinced. The flavor is unique. That is in no way a compliment. The most enjoyable part of the meal is the mint. Although I can only think back to what Tom once told me at school about this restaurant that kept its mints in a dispenser by the toilets. The health and safety people did a regular inspection and found 47 different people's urine in the tray where the mints were dispensed for customers to pick up with their hands. He told me that years ago and I had not thought about it since that day. I think I should make more of an effort to be his friend when I get back. See him every other weekend, or at least once a month. We can't be far away now, Ella tells me. I look at my watch. No, we should be there soon. Look at that, she says. Out of the window are the lights of a city in the shape of a cross. We admire the lights spread out below us and then they are gone and we look down on the darkness of the Mediterranean. That was beautiful, she says, squeezing my hand. She nestles her head into my shoulder. I'm so happy, she tells me. Not much later we are making the descent into Rhodes Airport. When the aircraft finally rolls to a halt, I feel the weight of my panic rise away from me. Burdenless, I make my way with Ella off of the plane. As soon as we walk through the door onto the top of the steps, the heat hits me. Even at 5 a.m. local time, it is hotter here than any other day or night in the UK. We collect our luggage and buy a big bottle of water. The cost is under a quarter of the price back home. Strange that a tiny island basking in the heat of the Mediterranean has cheaper bottled water than in the UK where it rains so much. We get on the bus laid on by the travel firm. The holiday rep is lively and mad keen up for it in spite of it being so late in the night or early in the morning. She reminds me of someone. Not someone I know, someone famous. She welcomes us all on board and introduces herself as Tina and explains where everyone needs to get off for their hotels. As we drive south from the airport, the sun begins to rise and in the slow Greek dawn I get my first glimpse of the Mediterranean Sea. Calm and blue. I close my eyes and imagine swimming in it. The warm water against my flesh as I slowly regress my evolution and become a fish free to swim all the oceans of the earth. In my half-sleep I travel the waters of the wide world. My silver body skipping through the seas in a plane of existence where mankind does not exist. Primeval creatures living at the bottom of the oceans. Whales, sharks, crabs, and me in the underwater world that existed unchanged for eons. Ella shakes me awake, returning me to the universe after some creature had the bright idea of giving life outside the water a chance. We're there, she tells me. We leave the bus and make our way into the hotel. Up the stairs into our room. I open the door onto the balcony and Ella joins me to watch the sun rising above the sea. The view from our balcony is tremendous. We can see along the coast for miles either way. The blue water, blue sky, and golden sun. The heat of the early morning already uncomfortable to me. Ella leads me to bed where our first act in Greek territory is one of union. Afterwards I set the alarm for the meeting with the rep when she is to explain to us the activities on offer to us in the small resort we have chosen on the southern edge of the island. I have a heavy sleep with no dreams. I wake in the morning to the alarm and finding Ella already dressed and sat on the balcony sipping a glass of water. It's too hot to sleep anymore, she says. I know, I tell her. I sip from her water and she smiles at me. On the way to the meeting with the rep we buy some bread which we eat before arriving at the bar where the rep is waiting for us and all the others staying at this resort through the same holiday firm. She greets us, still in a completely euphoric mood, although she can't have had half as much sleep as we did. The barman offers us ouzo or an orange juice on the house. We chose OJ as it is far too early for ouzo. He does the same for all the other guests and when everyone has turned up Tina gets on with the show. She explains where to find her if we need to, when the excursions take place and how to book them. There is also a word about buses, which around here apparently run on GMT. This means Greek maybe time. So essentially the same method as back home. After the talk we sign up for some excursions. The usual stuff. Island tour, visit the main city. That kind of thing. The bar empties after a while and Ella and I have a couple of beers and talk to the barman. He is from Wales and is working out here for the summer. We chat and drink and he is very friendly. He explains how in Rhodes no one takes days off during the summer. He says, they work straight through, every day for 6 months. It saves on staff costs among other things. It sounds crazy, but then they do not work at all the other 6 months of the year. Some of them do not even live on the island when they are not working. They all have houses on the mainland. Mostly in Athens, where they stay from November until April. They summer and work down here. It's an amazing way to live. The downside is that it means I have to work every day too. It is not so bad apart from Sunday. We are open 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. all week except Sunday when we open early for you guys. So 6 days a week I get the daytime to travel the island. I got one of those scooters Tina advises everyone not to hire and I've been all over Rhodes on it. I work during the evenings when it gets cool and that is fine by me. I am envious of his lifestyle. He has been here since about the same time I met Ella, working every day and traveling around the island. Ella and I have only got 1 week here. I suppose we ought to make the best of it. We finish our beers and go down to the beach. On the way we stop at the hotel and cover ourselves from head to foot in sunblock as well as insect repellent. We stroll down to the pebbly beach and lie in the sun. Later we set foot in the Mediterranean Sea. Swimming in the apparently clean water under the bright sun is high above us in the sky. We splash around, then lie on the beach, holding hands. I get a good feeling about our holiday, like things are really going to come together and I will take the dominant position in Ella's life, while Calypso fades away. Ella will truly fall for me and this will be the turning point on our route to true happiness. There will be no turning back and our lives will be long, happy and fruitful together. We walk hand in hand back to the hotel. In a mutual daze of contentment. We decide to have a shower together to wash off the sea, the salt and the sun cream before deciding on a serene walk through the village to look for somewhere to eat our evening meal. Channel 11. Live for 1,000 years. The next day we wander down to the beach again. We see Tina, the rep, on the way and exchange pleasantries. We continue on our way. I've worked out who she looks like, I say. Who? Ella asks, an air of total disinterest present in her voice. Jerry Halliwell, the pop star, I say, pleased with myself for finally working it out. I knew you had a crush on her, Ella says angrily. What? I say, shocked. I knew you wanted to sleep with that rep the moment you first saw her. Well, go on then, I'm sure you only need to buy her a drink to get into her pants." "What? No, I don't," I protest, only just realizing a major argument is about to occur. "You can't even admit it," she says. I stop walking and just look at her for a moment. She is so beautiful. The anger is welling up inside me and I decide to have a different kind of argument to normal. Yes, I'd love to go to bed with her. I would keep her happy all night long. She's got a fantastic figure. I would love to get my hands on her. Ella looks mortified. I have not followed the script. She is supposed to have a go at me and I in return am supposed to deny it and treat her like royalty all day long. But we are on virgin territory under the hot Greek sun, standing on the dirt track that leads from the pretty buildings of the village to the pebbled beach and the sea. She does not know what to say. I can see it in her eyes. I have confused her. She has never seen me stand up to her like this before and she simply was not prepared for it. She wanted to put me in the position where I would spend the whole day running for cool drinks, reapplying sun cream all over her body, not just where she can't reach. She wanted a lazy day with me acting as head slave. I think she is realizing this is not going to happen. I do not want to sleep with Tina. She is an attractive woman, but I have put Ella on a pedestal and I worship her daily. I have no room for false gods. Golden calves, Baal and Tina are of no interest to me. I follow the one true goddess Ella. Standing on a Greek road in her sarong and bikini top, with her blonde hair still on her back due to the windless day. I can only think of why Helen of Troy caused a 10-year siege. I am sure Ella could do the same. Or in modern terms cause total nuclear annihilation of the world. Which is a hefty price to pay for love. Although for the love of Ella I would press the button without a second thought or concern for the planet condemned to death. Finally she replies. "You are right. She has a great figure and I cannot blame you for looking at her. She does flaunt it. I mean, call what she was wearing a bikini. A bit of string and barely enough material to cover a stamp, let alone her chest. And just because she has a Brazilian, does she have to let the world know about it?" She puts her hand in mine and we walk onto the pebble beach. Ella spends the day splashing around in the water and I lie on the beach amazed at Ella. I have learnt something new about her. It happens now and then. One day I learn she used to be a Guns N' Roses fan. Another day I discover she believes Drew Barrymore is one of the greatest actresses in Hollywood. Today I learn she can be defeated in an argument. Is Rhodes to be a turning point in my life? In our relationship? In my newly re-established friendship with Tom? As I lie on a beach in a foreign land under a blue sky with a hot sun beating down on me, I feel renewed. Work is irrelevant as ever, but my relationship with Ella is different. The shadow of Calypso does not seem to reach this tranquil island far to the south of Greece and far to the south of Europe. As close to the Middle East as I have ever been. As far as I have been from Calypso since I met her at the end of one happy chapter in my life, the only happy chapter in my book of life, and at the start of another miserable tirade of text. Sorrow overflowing from the page, infecting the reader. Such is the power of Calypso. I curse her for the millionth time. I hate her so much. I wish I could tune her out of my life. Without also tuning Ella out. Ella is the point I focus on to hold me to the frequency of this planet. She keeps me linked to the world. With her I am not a shadow. My broadcast half lost, bouncing around the atmosphere unable to be picked up by any receivers. She is my booster, she reins me in. I love her. Now I have conquered her in an argument. Calypso will go back to university soon. She and Brad will fade into irrelevance for a year and by the time they come back who knows what will have happened? Ella and I could be living together. We could have moved away from the city where we lived to somewhere better, where Calypso would only visit us now and then, if ever. I watch Ella swimming in the sea. The beach is crowded and the water is likewise abundant with people. But in my mind there is only her and me. Alone on the virgin Greek beach at the dawn of history. Before any of the great civilizations had risen up in these parts. Just she and I, like Adam and Eve, in our own garden paradise. No modern transport system to fly us away, no ships to sail us across the ocean. Only her and me on the pebbly beach. Free to roam the island from the mountains to the tip of the land in the south. I would herd goats and she would tend our crops, near the cave where we would shelter from the hot sun. Together we would raise a tribe of children who would explore the island and grow wine in vast vineyards and farm goats. We would live for 1,000 years and see our offspring work the land, creating a happy and free society on our island home. Back in the real world, Ella wants lunch. It is after 3 p.m. and we have had a good session on the beach. Together we walk into the village and buy bread and ham. We sit on our balcony and eat. We drink cool water and bask in the sun, enjoying our view of the beautiful island. We take a siesta. When we awake, I ache all over, and looking at Ella I can see she is a deep pink color. Sunburn, she says, disgusted. It hurts, I say. I know, she says. I would hug you, but it'd hurt too much. I head for the shower, hit the cold setting and stand underneath. The aching fades for now. Ella joins me. How could we be so stupid, she says. It hurts so much. After a while we decide to face the world. The evening is cool. We walk into the village and have a meal. Traditional Greek food with a couple of beers. The drinks brands are mostly international, American and Western European, while the food is almost all local. No Burger King, McDonald's or pizza chains. Ella suggests we go to the bar where we went the previous afternoon. We sit at the bar and look across the veranda at the dusk, which is slowly falling on the island of Rhodes. We order beers, again international brands. We ask the Welshman about the local varieties. I don't think we do any local beers. We have ouzo, which locals drink, and the Greek brandy metaxa. Can we try that? Ella asks. He pours us one each. That, he says, is the stuff we give to everybody. If you like it, there is a more expensive version which is a smoother drink. Do we sip or take it back in one? I ask. In one, he says. Ella and I knock it back. It is hot. A warm feeling flows through my body. Not unpleasant. Not as good as decent brandy I have tried back home, but not as bad as a pig swill brand I have also had the misfortune of consuming. We have more beers and then the better version of metaxa, the type you can sip. I could get to like this, Ella tells me. We talk to the barman. It is a quiet night and he finds our sunburn amusing. He explains that he is from a poor estate in a valley town. It has a big drugs problem, but little else to talk about, save slag heaps. High unemployment, the usual post-industrial issues. His girlfriend, Athena, wanted out and he wanted whatever she wanted. She decided she had to go somewhere hot and the first cheap flights they came across were to Rhodes, so they got on a plane and ended up here. Far away from the drugs and crime. A place where there are jobs. The pay is not great, but the climate is good and the scenery spectacular. It beats the corporate service industry, which is all that is available back home. His name is Gareth and he works for the guy who owns the bar. They run it between the two of them. Gareth does the majority of the actual bar work, serving drinks, tidying up and cleaning glasses, while his boss deals with stock, office stuff and deliveries, only working the bar when it is busy. He used to work the bar more, but he is having a relationship with one of the holiday representatives. Is it Tina? Ella asks. Blonde, big tits, looks a bit like a Spice Girl. Gareth inquires. That's the one, she says. Yeah, he's seeing her. She comes over when she finishes for the day and they spend most of the evening in his office. Gareth also tells us about his girlfriend Athena. She works in the only nightclub in the village. It is open from midnight to 6 in the morning. Gareth goes there every night after he finishes in the bar. Ella and I drink more, asking more questions about Gareth's life in Rhodes. Our fascination strange and unexplainable. When the bar closes, Ella and I are blasted. Ella insists Gareth takes us to meet his girlfriend. She wants to meet the woman who can make her man move to another country to be together. She thinks it is romantic and goes on about Romeo and Juliet until I point out their story is a tragedy that leaves them both dead at the final curtain. The club is dark and I am sure it doubles as the set of a gangster show on TV. There are dodgy-looking Greek men sat at one end of the bar. A few tourists are on the dance floor getting down to the Euro cheese the DJ is churning out. My eyes are accustomed to the awful lighting and I am surprised at the size of the place. It extends for some way. I can only assume that at the weekend it must get busy. Ella and I sit at the bar with Gareth away from the locals. He introduces us to Athena. Ella immediately gets into a huge conversation with her. The club is not busy, so she is free to stand around and talk to Ella. I am surprised at how she looks. This girl behind the bar would not have got me to travel the whole way across Europe to be with her. I doubt I would even bother calling her if she gave me her number. But if she makes him happy, I buy us all drinks and talk to Gareth about love. He tells me he would follow his girlfriend wherever she goes. I think it's cool. Apparently they have known each other for years, since they were at school. She is a couple of years younger than he is. It is so sweet. I buy us all more drinks. I spend most of the next day in bed, hungover. Ella tells me we left the club at around 5 a.m. Gareth stayed to wait for Athena. We came back to our room and crashed out. My sunburn aches and my head throbs. My stomach is a no-go area full of ethanol and amino acids and bile, all fighting each other in the battlefield of my digestion system. Ella is not in the same state as me. As normal, the chemicals she puts down her throat seemingly have no lasting effect. I am sick as a dog in bed all day while she sits on the balcony in the morning and wanders around the shops in the village during the early afternoon. She returns and takes a siesta. At about 6 in the morning she wakes me with a poke in the ribs. Wake up, lightweight boy. I groan at her. Head still hurt? She asks, tapping my cranium. What about your stomach? She says, jabbing me in the belly. Hey, I say, better than this morning, but still not 100%. Ready for dinner? She asks. I'm starving. I am a little hungry, although I might stick to the colas this evening. Lightweight boy, she says, laughing at my folly. The following day we take an excursion into the city of Rhodes. On the way we stop off at a place called the Valley of the Butterflies. We walk into the tree-lined valley to look at the millions of butterflies that live in the glades. The rep explains about why the creatures can only be found in this particular valley, climate and such things. I pay little attention, instead merely admiring the beauty of the butterflies. A butterfly lands on her and I watch it and Ella watches me. We kiss in this place of natural wonder. She talks of romance and the Lady of Shalott. I remind her that the Lady of Shalott also ends up dead, just like Romeo and Juliet. She promises to refer to literature with a happy ending next time. I'll hold you to that, I tell her. We get back on our coach and it takes us into Rhodes town. Ella leads me around some shops in the center of the city. A Marks & Spencer's among the mixture of multinational and local stores. I think back to the idea of just one shop with magic portals in every shopping mall. A crazy idea, but you never can tell with these global corporations. Next we go to the harbor. The boats in this port are mostly modern. I am somehow displeased to not find Greek galleons of the 1st century BC sat in the safety of Rhodes. Ella and I walk around the old harbor, past medieval windmills that stand in a line on one of its sides. From the windmill we can see the cruise ships and ferries that lie off the deeper modern dockside. We turn our attention to the glorious past that the old harbor symbolizes. We wander out to the entrance of it, to stand on the spot where legend has it one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world once stood spanning the port. Ella and I sit to sip a drink from our now warm bottle of water on the exact spot where 1 foot of the Colossus stood many hundreds of years ago. We kiss and talk about how much of an achievement it would have been for the ancient people of the island to have built the statue that protected the entrance to their harbor, the only natural port on the entire island of Rhodes. Ella and I complete our pilgrimage by walking around the entire port to touch the spot where the Colossus' other foot was placed all those years ago. The stags which now stand on either side of the entrance are well crafted, but cannot compare to the city's former protector. As we look out to sea, a yacht sails past us into the harbor, piloted by a Greek man and woman. To them it seems like the most natural thing in the world, sailing into the old port of Rhodes. To my eyes it is a spectacle I will remember for the rest of my life. The old town is our next tourist magnet to visit. The maze-like streets appear not to have altered since the Middle Ages, except where once fine silk and wine were on sale, now cheap jeans that bear the label of the leading international brands hang on the racks. I feel cynical, but I am sure the top brand clothes I buy here will not boost the profits of the label they bear. More likely the price will pay the slave wages of a Far Eastern factory for a week. I do not dwell on this fact. We drink cola on a shaded piece of land overlooking the old harbor. Stray cats gather here and tourists from all over the world throw them scraps. At the chosen time Ella and I return to the coach. She sleeps on my shoulder most of the way back. The rep on this coach, not our one Tina, gives a commentary on the places we pass on the way back. The only one I really notice is Faliraki, which she says is the party capital of Rhodes, and it is where almost all the young people get off the coach. From what I see, the place is one long road full of bars and clubs. But what can you tell about a place from one street, I ask myself. We arrive back at the village, eat dinner, and sit on the balcony talking about how much we both think Rhodes is a wonderful place. We also talk about the future and our plans to be together forever. She talks quite seriously about it. Talks of getting married in a couple of years. She tells me about the white dress and the bridesmaids. The honeymoon would either be here or in the Caribbean someplace. I have a long, contented night's sleep. REM full of wedding images in a perfect world of our love. Ella, it turns out, did not sleep so well, and the morning sunlight brings with it trouble. Channel 12. The only light in the world. Another argument. The worst yet, and one I could not see a way to win. Ella starts it, as always. I am sat on the balcony, enjoying the sunshine. The painful sunburn of a few days ago is a dim memory. She comes out of the room onto the balcony, sits down and hits me with it. How do you know you love me when you have never been in love with anyone else? You have no frame of experience to know what your feelings mean. Reality check. 6 months ago I lived in the dark. A numb existence. Then one day in the bookstore across the Shards of Souls I saw the only light in the world. Like a moth ignorant of the danger, I was pulled towards it. From the cold night I found sanctuary. From the random tuned-out TV existence of fuzzy nothing to crystal-clear reception. She completely changed my life. The difference is immeasurable. The entire universe is not large enough to demonstrate how much she has made my life change. I think about the house on the internet I saw a while ago. The one in California, which I considered we should move to. In the American desert near LA. A new life together. I cannot help but think of Gareth the barman who actually did that move for his lover. I am still confused. What is Ella trying to say? That I should get another love to compare how I feel with her. I can just imagine Juliet coming out with that one. Lucky Romeo, taking the easy way out. Imagine the trouble she would have caused him if they had lived much longer. Juliet would surely have been a Cleopatra in the making. Maybe Ella is going for the whole superiority thing of knowing she has loved someone else and can say for sure how she feels about me. Is she going to use her past against me? I have not brought it up since the day in the fields outside town. I let it go as she said it was all in the past. I was not happy about it. But nonetheless I let it go. She never brought it up again, and quite honestly the entire situation that night was my fault. I asked the question in the first place. I learned a lesson that day. Never ask a question unless you are sure you can really handle the answer. Nothing to say, she continues. Is that because you have been lying all along and you have had other girlfriends, but just try to play this whole virgin act, for whatever reason? I mean, what do you gain from all this? Drip, 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 drip. Love is water torture. Even for her this is pretty left field. My virginity as an act. She is clearly insane. What are you talking about? I ask, my confusion and anger impossible to hide. This whole virgin at 20 until you met me situation. It does not add up, she shrieks. Why not? Just admit it, she says ferociously. I have this image in my mind of a Tyrannosaurus Rex attacking a Diplodocus. The predator without mercy tearing chunks of flesh from its prey. I have never lied to you, I say. Pathetic. I know you have done stuff with someone else. She says, tears rolling down her face which is already contorted with anger. What? That is impossible, I say. What are you talking about? She gets up and walks out of our room. From the balcony I see her walking off towards the beach. I sit alone crying for a long time. When I notice I have been sat under the sun for far too long I go inside and lie on the bed. I flick through Polaroids from the Dead by Douglas Coupland. Sharon Tate's pretty face on the cover has no hope of cheering me up. I cannot fathom where Ella's actions have come from, or where she gets the notion I have ever done anything with another woman. I decide there is nothing for it and I go out drinking. I wake up in the early hours. Ella is asleep in the bed next to me. I get some water and go back to sleep. In the morning I wake to find Ella running her fingers through my hair. I cleaned up. You're sick. Thanks, I blurt. Is that your answer to everything? Drinking, I mean, not being sick. Although the one usually follows the other with you. No, not everything. I tell her, just you and your irrational psycho ranting. She slaps my head. You're a bastard. She goes into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. I roll over, wishing the world would erase me from everyone's memory. Pretend I did not ever exist. That would be my perfect reality. Absolute nothing. I never asked to exist. Why am I not just particles of matter floating around in the void? Soulless molecules of hydrogen. No consciousness. No awareness of existence. I dream of non-existence. Of never facing the problems of respiration, perspiration, masturbation, and most of all Ella. I have no clue how to handle her. We have no choice but to coexist in this room. We are hundreds of miles from home. She cannot drive off to her house and ignore me for a week until she calms down. The safety buffer of our relationship do not apply out here. She has no calypso to hide behind or run to when we argue. Our separate homes are so far away instead of the usual situation when we fight there is only the arena of our hotel room. Like ancient gladiators, doomed to circle one another looking for weakness in order to tear each other apart. We use our daggers of emotion to attack. She is the champion in this battlefield and I am a mere novice. The latch of the bathroom door moves and it swings open. The lion unleashed. What is your problem? Is her opening gambit. I don't understand you, is my honest reply. I hate you, she tells me. I love you, I say, adding, that's my problem. She stares at me, pours herself a glass of water. Do you know what I did yesterday while you were out losing another day to alcohol? Do you even care? Did you go off and sleep with some other bloke? I ask. No, she says. Then I assume you spent the day sunbathing on the beach, swimming in the sea, and then had dinner at one of the restaurants in the village, probably the really nice one I wanted to try out, just to spite me. Then you came back here and cleaned up my sick. Did I miss anything? I hate you, she repeats herself. You already mentioned that, I say. A strange feeling of having the upper hand washes over me. It cannot last for long. It still does not change anything, she reverts to the original argument. You have no way of comparing your feelings for me, or do you? Look, I love you. There was nothing in my life before I met you. There is nothing in my existence when you are not around. You are the sun and I am a mere asteroid haplessly trapped in your orbit. You hopeless romantic, she smiles at last. Then adds, I hate romantics, the scowl returns. I can't win, I say. Probably not, she tells me. I'm going down the beach. I don't want to come. You weren't invited. She leaves. Not even slamming the door. I sit in the room alone. My head does not hurt that bad, considering how much I drank. I am impressed she cleared up after me, but I do not know for sure it was love, maybe it just smelled. I sleep for a while and drink cool water from the fridge. I consider walking down to the beach to see my love. But I do not feel like arguing in the heat of the sun. Instead I walk round the village and then a little way into the countryside. I do not wander off too far as I am not keen to be lost in the Greek countryside. I am not convinced Ella would report me missing until she was about to leave the island. I also only have about 1/10 of a liter of water. I'm not exactly Bravo 20 qualified, but I have enough common sense to know when I cannot beat the forces of nature. I return to the room and spend the rest of the day playing patience on the balcony. She returns when it begins to cool. I bought you some food. She hands me some bread and feta cheese. Thanks, I say. Don't you want any? No, I ate at a restaurant. The one I went to yesterday, the one you really wanted to try. The food is nice there. You would like it. She twists the knife. I eat the bread and cheese. Not because I am hungry as I'm not, but just to behave normally. To show Ella I am fine. That her words do not cut through me like depleted uranium-tipped bullets. I play patience alone while she reads Generation X. She bends back the cover and breaks the spine. Not because she ever reads books like that, but to spite me. To damage one of my books. She really knows how to hurt me. Later I go to the bar. Running away to alcohol again. Gareth, the barman, asks after Ella. I say we have had a fight. No big deal, I tell him. I think he believes me. Even if he doesn't, he lets it drop. Instead he teaches me a card game. He calls it shithead and I quickly learn the rules. He stops playing when I start beating him every time. His boss is also lurking around tonight. I get introduced to him. He is called Spyros. In his late 20s and a nice guy. Gareth says I've been drinking here all week and Spyros shouts me a beer, telling me he likes loyal customers. We talk about the island. He has lived here all his life, well apart from the winters when he and his family all go back to Athens. He is likable and explains that he is in the bar because Tina is at the airport working. No sex tonight, Gareth jokes. Not till she gets back, Spiros laughs. Then I'll make sure she does not get any sleep. I laugh. This is the guy keeping Tina up all night. Have you met Tina? He asks me. Yes, I say. She is a good-looking woman. She reminds me of that Spice Girl. I nod. Tina has a great body. I am a lucky guy. I nod again. He buys me another drink. What time is she due back? I ask. About 3 a.m. and I will be in her pants by 5 past. I try to buy the next round, but he does not let me. Do you like it here? Sure, I say. I make good money here, spend 6 months in Athens and work like a dog for the rest of the year. It can be a hard life, but this year I have Gareth and he's a very good worker and can run the bar for me. I'd ask him back next year, but who knows where that girl of his will take him next. Hey Gareth, are you off to the moon with your girlie next? Gareth laughs. God knows where we go next. For all I know, our next move could be home to the valleys of Wales. Just as likely it will be the canals of Mars. Spiros laughs. I like this guy, he can take a joke. A good worker too. After the next beer I decide to make tracks. When I get back to the hotel, Ella is still reading. The book is in a bad way. I hold my tongue on the issue. Drunk? She asks. A bit, I say. I lie down on the bed. Unable to stop myself smiling. I love you, by the way. Whatever you think or say. However much you hate me and abuse me and tell me because I have no experience I cannot know true love. Despite all this stuff I love you. From your toe to the top of your head. I love all of you. I lie quietly. She does not respond at all. After a while I drift into sleep. The rest of the holiday passes slowly. We hardly talk, our romantic week in the sun ruined. I do not know where it all came from. Maybe there is more wrong between us than just the evil of Calypso. I do not understand Ella at all. She finishes both my books and hogs the playing cards. She spends days playing patience with herself. She stops after I borrow a deck from the bar and begin playing by myself. The atmosphere between us is terrible. Thick with pain and anger. On the last night she comes to the bar with me. I talk to Gareth and a bit to Spiros. Ella makes rude or sarcastic comments the whole time. Tina arrives and Spiros takes her straight off to his office. The past few nights they have sat for drinks with me and played cards with Gareth as the dealer. Tonight they skulk away to the office, escaping Ella's razor tongue. Gareth busies himself with cleaning the bar. I decide I've had enough and leave. I say goodbye to Gareth and walk out. She follows me. Saying nothing, we get back to the room, and before I have finished locking the door she is tearing my clothes off. I don't understand, I say. She sticks her tongue in my mouth. Shut up, she says between kisses. Before I know it, from habit we make love. It is good. I forgot how much I enjoy our physical intimacy. Afterwards I catch my breath, then say, "Can we talk?" "No," she says bluntly, "we can have sex again, but I do not want to talk." Love is psychological abuse. She loves me not, 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 she loves me not. Not. I am so messed up by her that I forget to be afraid of the flight home. My mind is too all over the place to finish Polaroids from the Dead. Ella helpfully tells me it is a great read. One moment I hate her, the next I am back to feelings of love. Like a blip in a lie detector. I get home in a complete state of what can only be described as headfuck. I go straight to bed and sleep. I wake in the evening thinking of work. I hate my job. I still have not run into Katie Robinson since that night in town. I cannot be sure she is real or that any of what she said is true. I have been topping up my pension to the full amount so I can retire earlier. Maybe Ella and I will be able to retire to somewhere sunny. Not Rhodes. I doubt I will ever go there again. I cannot say I enjoyed my stay. Ella calls and talks like nothing ever happened. She has an amazing capacity for selective forgetting. I can only admire it. Another reason to love her. I feel so pathetic. She is calling me from the Wicked Witch's house. That makes it worse. I lament my self-respect. Then I remember I never had any. I cut the phone call short. She says she'll see me after work tomorrow. I say, whatever, and hang up. She is so unpredictable. I roam the internet, looking at webcams in Australia and wishing there was some Star Trek-style transporter to take me away from this life. I think about Spock. That whole logic thing. I used to really like him when I was young. The show was always on television back then. I make a mental note to watch some old Star Trek episodes to see if he was as cool as I recall. He was not exactly the Fonz, but in his own way he held my respect. I hang up the connection. I return to my PlayStation. It is not till I turn it on that I realize how much I have missed it. I blast some pixel monsters for a few hours. In my mind every one of them is either Ella or Calypso. I hate both of them. I drink a few White Russians, then kill more monsters. I consider calling Tom, but have no idea what I would say to him. I promise myself I will call him tomorrow. Definitely. Or at least by Friday. I listen to some Radiohead. Microwave a pizza and kill more Ella and Calypso's monsters, that is. A couple more White Russians, then I go to bed. Trying to think about work. Even though I hate the place and what I do, it is better than thinking about her. Sleep doesn't really happen. I lie awake staring at the ceiling. The morning comes around and I go back to work to face the discussions of how it was being on holiday with my beautiful girlfriend for the first time. Channel 13. Pathetic fallacy. I do not know where we go from here. How can I trust someone who bleeds for a quarter of her adult life and does not die? Not an original thought, but a valid one. She continues as though nothing ever happened in Rhodes. She tells everyone how wonderful it was. That we both had a great time. After a week of confusion, I decide not to be a coward. What was that stuff in Rhodes all about? I ask. What stuff? You know. The stuff that had you not taking to me for most of the holiday. She pauses. We are in a cafe having a late lunch on Saturday afternoon. I am unsure for a moment if I should have waited until we are in private. I do not want a public argument. I could not handle that. Her reaction is slow, so I figure that it might be civilized. Anger is a fast response. I wonder if waiting for the answer will bring honesty. I love you, she says. Not the start I was expecting. She goes on, I get so worried that you will leave me. I get this big feeling of paranoia rise up through my body and it kind of takes over. I cannot sleep sometimes because of it. She reaches out and grasps my hand. I feel like brushing her away but do not. She continues, I worry that what you feel for me is not love. I open my mouth to protest, but she looks like a lamb about to be slaughtered, so I say nothing and close my mouth. And, she says, because you have no past to refer it to, then it may just be a strong like or even just lust, which, either way, will disappear before long and I will be left with all these feelings which you do not have anymore. I do not want to be left in that situation. I do not think I would be able to handle it. So when I get the feeling I am putting more into our relationship than you, I go into a strange mood. I want to prod you and hurt you to see if you will run away. I throw out depth charges to see if any of these things can cause you damage. It is hard to believe that you have not had any other relationships. I cannot understand why other women have not flocked to you. You are attractive enough to have a different girlfriend every week with no trouble at all. Click your fingers and they will come running. I counter by saying, like there aren't a million men out there who would want you. Is it that hard for you to believe I have only ever been with you? Don't you think it is maybe a little difficult for me to believe you had not slept with any man before me? I suppose you're right, she says. I never thought of it like that. I'm sorry, it's just these paranoid thoughts I keep having. I really don't want to lose you. I consider what to say next. I have a question, but I do not want to break the fragile and newly announced peace treaty. I decide there is no time like now. She is in a seemingly good mood, so why not? That thing you said about knowing I'd done something with another woman. What was all that about? She gives me an extremely peculiar look. I cannot read what it means. She says, it was nothing. Just my paranoia. Another one of my depth charges. I said it in case it was true and I would be able to tell by looking you in the eye. Or maybe I would guilt you into an admission. Either way, it did not work. All I discovered was your innocence. Why did it go on so long? It wouldn't have if your response had not been to run out and get drunk. Then do it all again the next day and the day after that. I'm sorry, I say. I was confused by everything. I didn't know what else to do. Don't worry, she says. It's gone. Let's worry about more important things. She lets go of my hand, puts some money down for the bill and says, I'm going shopping, you're paying. A busy day at work. I am multitasking. Filling in performance forms, ordering replacement stock, dealing with incoming mail and trying to do regular work as well. Then like an apparition, Katie Robinson is at my desk. Coming for lunch? She asks. I am extremely busy and had planned to skip lunch. But instead I say, sure. I drop everything and go to lunch with the boss's daughter, who I have never actually seen except one drunken night months ago. She takes me for a sandwich and cola at a street-side cafe. We sit outside in the late summer sun. She pays, on expenses I guess. I am fine with that. Where have you been? I ask. You know we are opening an office in the city. Of course I do. I have been so busy lately setting up systems for them to work between all the sites as well as my regular workload. I thought you would be involved in the crossover. Dad is only having the best people work on it, you know. Sure, I say, feeling more dumped on than privileged. I have been over there setting things up at the other end. A multi-million-pound expansion needs a lot of work. We will be in a good position to float next year. I'm trying to talk Dad into it. If we do go to the market, with the extra capital we could easily be a multinational in under 10 years. Dad is not convinced by it yet, but I'm sure I'll talk him round. The possibilities are huge. Stock options for all the staff, so their hard work to increase the share price is also good for them. You're looking at me funny. Why would I be against the redistribution of wealth to staff? Floating would also triple the value of my trust fund within a year. Is that what you think I should be saying? It's true, it probably would do that. But quite honestly, the trust fund I have now would keep me in a comfortable life for the next 100 years. You must understand I am only part of the equation. Staff shares, good salary, good pensions. Those are important too. I have a business degree from a top UK university. Add a bit of third-way thinking and the future of the company looks good for workers as well as majority shareholders and market investors. Customers win, we all win. My vision of the company needs a bit of selling to the old man. But if I do okay at my end of the expansion, then I will be in a good position. He wants to retire in a few years, and so long as I do not screw up, I get to take over. I am having a strange day. I pretty much never talk about work when I am not there, even on the rare occasion when I have lunch with people from the office. Never. Ever. And here I am having lunch with the heir apparent who is telling me all about her plans to expand the empire. Why are you telling me all this? I ask, confused, for a change. I trust you, she says. Dad says you have a bright future. He keeps having more responsibility put on your shoulders and you keep right on excelling yourself. You have a bright future with our firm. You'll probably be my chief executive within 10 years. Think of that. Chairwoman and chief executive both only just around 30. Running a fresh and dynamic player on the world scene. We will diversify while still focusing heavily on our core business. We are the future of this company. After the new office is set up and running, I will be coming back here. I will be heading a small team looking at the development of the company over the medium to long term. I want you on my team. But I don't have a degree or anything like that. What can I bring to this team? You underestimate yourself. When I come back here full-time in 6 to 9 months' time, you join the 6-strong team. We double your salary and you help us devise a 10-year plot arc for the firm. I give up. I truly give up. Sure, sounds great, I say, trying to be enthusiastic. I wish someone would pinch me to see if I was asleep. This does not seem real. Like the last time I saw Katie Robinson. Talking about work outside of the office is surreal. Seeing Katie, who knows far too much about me, is weird. She has too much of an interest in me, I am sure. Excellent, she says. I knew you would be keen to join my team. You have a bright future with the company. You are just as ambitious as I am. We'll go far. We walk back to the office in the sunshine. She chats about shares and price to earnings ratios. I am surprised that anyone would ever describe me as ambitious. She is clearly insane. Either that or she mistakes me for someone else. That is the only explanation. There must be another person in the company with the exact same name as me. My namesake is the guy who is ambitious and who she wants on her team. I do not have the heart to tell her. She leaves me at my desk and vanishes as quickly as she appeared. While I have been away, even more forms and letters have appeared on my desk. I have got so much left to do. I do not tell Ella about what happened at work. I consider it, but I never tell her anything about the office. She doesn't mention her work and I do not talk about mine. We never made a rule or anything. It is merely the way things have turned out. Also, I cannot be sure the meeting really happened. It seems like something I dreamed. Katie Robinson is someone I only met once when I was drunk, and I am sure I imagined that, so this meeting must also have been in my head. Why would the daughter of the owner of a successful business I work for want me to help plan the firm's future? I am crazy. I strongly consider seeking professional help for my obvious mental disorder. I see Ella quite frequently. She comes over to my house most evenings and we hang out, watch TV, watch videos. I still cannot persuade her to give my PlayStation a go. I am sure we would both be happier if we spent time using the two-player option on Street Fighter 2. It is only when she appears back in my life that I realize I have not seen Calypso for several weeks. She turns up on my doorstep during a late summer thunderstorm. Rain lashing the city with the flash of lightning and crash of thunder, making it one of those nights when you should stand in awe and actively fear the primeval forces of nature. There is a specific term in literature for when a character's mood is matched by the weather. I answer the door to Calypso and instantly know this word applies. As I invite her in, I know I am in for a rough evening. I am stood in my dressing gown. Ella is in my bed upstairs. The house is empty except for the three of us. I fetch Calypso a towel and invite her up to my room. Ella is naked under the covers. I am frustrated, as I am sure Ella is. We were nearly there when the doorbell started being repeatedly rung. It put us both off, so I answered the door. Quite honestly, if anyone in the world was going to ruin a good thing, I would have put money on Calypso being the culprit. She kicks her shoes off, hangs her coat up behind the door, strips to her red bra and matching knickers, before wrapping the towel round her waist. She looks at me expectantly and I fetch another towel, which she puts over her shoulders. Neither Ella nor I question her. We wait for it all to come out of its own accord. It really does not take that long for Calypso to open up. Bradley is such an asshole. He says unless I contribute a bunch of cash to the household, he doesn't want to live with me anymore. She looks at the two of us. I have sat down on the bed with Ella. I am not at all sympathetic. It seems only right she should contribute if they live together at university. He makes so much cash selling drugs. Plenty for both of us. She goes on, what is the point of living with the campus drug baron if he doesn't pay your way? I let him put his ugly cock in me. Is that not enough? He wants me to go halves on rent, bills, shopping, everything. He says if I don't he'll end up not having enough cash for whatever it is he wants to set up or spend it on when he leaves university. He doesn't seem to understand that I put money into investments that will make me rich. He is so impossible. He will not even listen to my side of the argument. I should have known Calypso would be upset about money. Shallow bitch. She gives Ella all this I hate drugs crap, but when it comes down to it, she is more than happy to live off drug money. She is a contradiction and a moral black hole. I wish I did not have to deal with her. Ella says, won't it be a good thing if you live apart? For one, you would be away from the drugs, and for two, you would be able to cheat on him much more easily. There would be less sneaking around behind his back. You don't give him a key and he only comes by when arranged. That way you can have whatever girl over you like. They carry on discussing options. I am sure I heard something I did not know. I am sure Ella referred to Calypso's affairs as being with. No, I must be imagining things. Like with Katie Robinson. It just is not real. I am so out of tune. Some fantasy has slipped into the real world. Too many porn movies and the frustration of being interrupted. I'd rather live for free and have to sneak around behind his back to get good sex, Calypso says. You could just get shot of him and live life how you want to. He is going to be huge in the business world. Provide everything I could ever want. Skiing holidays, summer on secluded beaches, cars, houses across the globe, a private jet. Of course he will pay for everything while my finances will be my own. The same setup as now. I will need something to fall back on when he divorces me for a younger model. I will of course take him to the cleaners in the divorce courts, but it doesn't hurt to have some cash of your own in a Swiss bank account. Calypso really seems to have life mapped out. She is the second woman in days who seems to know exactly what she wants and how to go about getting it. I still feel clueless about this whole life thing. I would much rather still be at school not having to worry about all this grown-up bollocks. What am I going to do? He's messing up my life plans. Can't you just cut down on the investment and pay your way? I spurt. Calypso scowls at me. Not if I want to have £100,000 in cash in 5 years. She says it so seriously. I cannot help but laugh. The absurdity of it all. Someone my age this concerned about money. It is crazy. Don't you have a trust fund? I ask. No, I do not, and yes, I am pissed off about that. My father was never good at planning ahead. He only started his pension a few years ago because I kept on at him. Why don't you just ask him for more money? I say. Calypso looks at me. I am greeted with an expression I am not familiar with seeing on her face. Instead of the piece of shit scraped off her shoe look I normally get, she actually looks, dare I think it, pleased. You're not just a complete moronic fuckwit, are you? There is something at least inside your head. I can't believe she has just complimented me. The solution I suggested is so obvious. She did not even catch the irony I said it with. I was expecting the wrath of the wicked witch's forked tongue, but instead I receive praise. I really do need someone to pinch me. I am sure I have dreamt the last week. It all seems so far-fetched. Maybe I will wake up in the shower and find the last year and a half has all been a daydream. It is not unprecedented. Although I am not sure TV counts as precedent. I don't know, but I think I might be starting to like your boyfriend. Calypso tells Ella. I should be able to talk Christian into extending my allowance. No problem. She pulls her mobile out and texts Brad the dick. I'll tell him I will pay some of what he asks. See what he says. The hard negotiator as ever. She then turns on my PlayStation, chooses my favorite Chun-Li and begins kicking pixel ass. You guys carry on with whatever you were doing. Don't mind me. When you are done, we'll go to the pub. I am not in the mood for sex anymore. Ella kisses me, but I push her gently away and say, maybe later. She seems to accept this. I put some clothes on and decide to see if Calypso is any good at the game. We both pick Chun-Li. I narrowly win the first round and she narrowly wins the second and also the decider. The bitch can play. Again, she asks. Let's go down the pub, I say. Ella comes back to my place after. The pub had been quiet due to the awful weather. We sat by the log fire and dried out. Calypso and I drank pints while Ella stuck to cola as she was driving. Calypso and I had 4 or 5 pints and we talked like friends. My life really is messed up. Ella dropped Calypso off at her house and when she gets into my bed she is hostile to my drunken advances. You do want to sleep with Calypso, don't you? She starts. No, I say. Haven't we been through all this before? She comes over in a mood, which with a few words you sort out, then you drink like best mates down the pub. It is so obvious you want to get in her knickers. By the way, I saw you staring at her breasts earlier. I am not sure if I was or was not staring at her red underwear. It was a surprise that she just stripped off in my room. Maybe I did look. I had been interrupted from sex. I was full of rushing hormones. Maybe they caused me to look, I say. That's crap, she retorts. You want to sleep with Calypso, you just cannot admit to it. You have always wanted to, so why not just dump me now and go over to her house and give it a shot? She's had a few drinks, I'm sure she'd fuck anyone right now, so why not try your luck? Go on, finish with me, I will even drive you over there. She starts crying. I love you, I say. She pushes my hug away. I do love you. As for Calypso, well, I do not exactly like her much at all. In fact, I despise her. Hate every molecule in her body. Tonight is just a blip. I cannot explain it. She just wasn't the evil witch today, and I must be in kind of a weird mood too. Do you really not like her? Ella asks, touching my hand with hers. Not at all. She is the worst thing in my life. What about when she watched us have sex? I did that for you. I was only involved because of you. At first you were nervous, but it was obvious you were keen to do it. To take part in a bizarre, yet sexually liberal evening. The situation was more appealing than the other person involved. I did it for you, not her. Ella cries. More sobbing than full-on. Tears drifting down her cheeks. She is like an emotional hand grenade with no pin, rolling around ready to go off at any second. I suppose that is part of the attraction. It makes my life interesting in so many ways. We have slow, soft sex to make up for our small argument. I sleep soundly, and in the morning I have a headache from the alcohol and arrive late for work for the first time in more than 6 months. Channel 14. Easter Island Tsunami. A couple of days later I get an internal call to my desk at work, saying there is a woman in reception to see me for lunch. I wander down thinking Ella is surprising me. It crosses my mind it could be Katie Robinson, but she would come right to my desk and take it from there. In reception I find Calypso. Work and real life seem to be interacting. Work's gone to lunch and real life appears in reception. Hello, I say. Are you free for lunch? She asks. I nod and she leads me out onto the street. Busy day? She asks. Very, I say. Unsure where this is all going. It's a nice day, she says. Cut the small talk. Why are you here? Why am I here? She sounds thoughtful. Why is anyone here? Is there a God? Or are we all just some huge cosmic accident? If you think about it too hard, it will make you go nuts. I would opt for the existentialist thought, but put that very much to the back of our thoughts. Why have to come to see me today? I was not working today, so I thought I could do lunch with one of my friends. Since when have we been friends? I ask blankly. You are right, of course. I meant I could do lunch with someone I know. Why me? You know lots of people. I say, attempting to be confrontational. You are so aggressive towards me, I really don't get it. We can get along, you know. It would be easier all round. Next you'll want me be nice to Brad the Dick. No, Bradley is an arrogant throwback to the 19th century class system. Even if you were nice to him, he would still resent you. In fact, he would probably see it as working class weakness. I've never considered myself working class, I say. That is no surprise to me, but Bradley still categorizes people in those archaic terms. What about you? I ask. People are people. Some have more money than others. In an ideal world that would not matter, but the world is not ideal and we all need to do whatever we can to get ahead. Hence your investments while Brad pays your way. Sure. And that is also the motivation behind his drug dealing. It is market economics. People want the product and someone is going to supply them with it, whilst making a profit. The drug market is just capitalism but a more attractive from because there are no taxes and no quality control. The whole thing works outside the law, which is so appealing for a cornucutor who want to maximize profit. You support drugs. I'm not against them, but then I do not deal with the after effects. I'm sure people get addicted and others have their lives ruined. However, I do not see it. It is not in my life. People make choices. Some people chose to abuse themselves. Others select to profit from this. The cigarette industry, as well as alcohol and gambling firms, all benefit from this within the confines of the law. She seems to have thought about this. I turn the conversation back to where it was originally aimed. You still have not told me why you have come to dinner with me, I say. We enter a sandwich bar I have never been to before. She changes the subject again by purchasing my lunch. I have a Coke with it and she orders some complicated coffee concoction. We sit at our table in silence for a moment. Why don't you like me? She asks. It's nice in here, I say. I've never come here before. You were the one who wanted to skip the bullshit. You stopped me using small talk. You want to hear the truth from me? Well, I can go down the same road. Okay, let's do this. Let's have a real conversation. No holding back. Why don't you like me? She asks again. Against the backdrop of a sandwich bar, we are to have a discussion of truths. You have too much hold over Ella. You appeared out of nowhere one day and ever since she has been your little accomplice. All this time it's Calypso this and Calypso that. At a moment's notice she goes off to see you. Then I have to spend time with you and Brad, who even you describe as a class dinosaur. I said throwback. Same thing, I say. Anyway, I have to spend valuable time with him who is at best an asshole and you who has my girlfriend under some spell where she thinks you are the center of the universe. You are the Pied Piper. Our food arrives. There's more, she says. What? I ask. There's more than just that, she says. Having a best friend is not the explanation. You're hiding something. I eat a few mouthfuls of my sandwich, thinking. No, I say, that's it. The real reason is obvious to me. You say we are going to have a real conversation with no holding back, but you cannot face the truth. She pauses. I eat. She continues. Maybe you do not even realize the truth. Maybe you are still in denial. I tease Ella with it all the time. But perhaps you have not admitted it to yourself yet. What are you taking about? I say. Think about me. What? Look at me. Look at my hair, eyes, my face, my body. You have seen me naked. Did you like it? I didn't really notice. You liar. You stared at me. Ella is aware of it, not just me. Maybe I did a bit. I was a little curious. Apart from Ella, I had never seen a real woman actually naked in front of me. While we are having this discussion, is that true? Are you that innocent? Yes, I say. She pauses for a second, then resumes her questioning. So you liked what you saw when I was naked? It was all right. All right. I have a great body, she protests. Okay, not bad. Not bad, that will do. She puts her hand on mine and for some reason I do not pull away. Admit it, you have a thing for me, she says. No, I don't. Sure you do. You want to kiss me, don't you? No, you want to undress me and slide your finger into me. No, I don't. You want to slide your tongue inside me. Look, you've got me all wrong. You want to make love with me. Why don't you? Right here, right now, on this table maybe. Forget about the other people, let's just do it. No, okay. We'll go into the toilet and you can have me against the wall. Stop saying that, I say angrily. You want me. My breasts in your hands, my tongue in your mouth, your cock in my cunt. Go on, admit it. Okay. You're right, I do want to fuck you. I have wanted to fuck you since the day we first met. So the reason you don't like me is because you want to sleep with me. I hate you because I want to fuck you, I tell her. And because you want to have sex with me, that means your relationship with Ella is not as perfect as you thought. She is not the only girl on the planet and that is a major problem in your worldview. That is why you hate Brad, not because of his outdated views, but because he gets to have sex with me. If his makes you feel any better, I only sleep with him occasionally, usually when I can't get out of it. I don't enjoy it with him, but he is loaded and only likely to get richer. So you prostitute yourself. I say, looking for a way to attack her. I do what women who want to avoid poverty have done for eternity. Men get involved with rich women too. It is as old as the concept of wealth. I sacrifice that element of life for financial security. Even crap sex. I get good sex when I can, but not from him. I can live with that. You're a piece of work. What about you? Wanting to sleep with your girlfriend's best mate and not hiding it very well by acting like you hate her and her boyfriend as well. How transparent are you? At least my immoral activity is hidden from view. I don't make everyone aware of how I am treating Brad. He doesn't even suspect. Ella knows, I say, and I do now. Ella is my best friend and as you say, she is under my spell. As for you, I do not think you will be telling anyone anything. Not if you want to stay with Ella in the long term. Is that what today is all about, making threats? Partly. Now I know for sure that you want to sleep with me, so I know exactly what power I have over you. Today was about defining boundaries. Now we both know where we stand. Me on top and you on my leash. A perfect arrangement. I hate you. What you mean is the power I have over you is making you horny. Yes, I want to fuck you, I say in a whisper, wishing it were not true. I'm glad we had this little chat, she says. She rises to leave. Do you want to come over to my house this afternoon? We can pick up some massage oils on the way. For a split second I consider it. No, I say. Just because I want to do something does not mean I have to. That's the right answer. If I ever found you have cheated on Ella, you would be in so much trouble, she says. I am not sure if she is being truthful. Did I give the right answer, or is she trying to rescue control of the situation after I did not take the bait? I go back to work in a daze and am quite unconstructive, but no one really notices. I spend most of the afternoon thinking about having sex with Calypso, then feeling guilty before thinking about doing it again. Ella calls on my mobile. I ignore it. I am watching a program about Easter Island on TV. The heads on the shoreline fascinate me. I am so intrigued about how the inhabitants got there. You can travel more than hundreds of miles in any direction without sighting land. That's a whole lot of ocean. The wide Pacific. The massive expanse of water that covers so much of the planet's surface. Mystery surrounds the Polynesian people who lived there when the island was discovered by Westerners. How did they get to such remote piece of land? How did Calypso get me to say those things? Ella calls again, but I ignore it once more. I think about the island. I wish I was one of its inhabitants. Miles away from the nearest other people. Ella and I live on the peaceful island with our sea-facing idols to protect us. They look out into the ocean. They wait, like I wait, for the tsunami of Calypso to wash away our happiness. Channel 15. Lifeboats. At some point I am going to have to speak to Ella. I have a feeling sooner rather than later would be the better option. I feel so bad. Possibly even guilty, although I have not actually, physically, done anything. I am not sure why I said what I did to Calypso. I hate to think about it. Mostly I do not want to think about it because it is true. I want to tune out of the truth and into a nicer version of reality. One where I never met Calypso. Where deep down I didn't fall for her from the moment I saw her that sunny day outside of the library. I tuned into Ella but somehow got two for the price of one along the way. Ella is branded with my name. A physical sign that she is mine. Ella also belongs to Calypso. They are best friends. They do not need tattoos to act as a symbol of what they have. How can I have Ella and want Calypso? How can I have so easily admitted the truth to Calypso? I pray to the whole UHF spectrum that it will show pity on me and let me fade out from this world and into a new station where there is no problem with Calypso, Ella, and I. A false hope. I am so pathetic. I have to make contact. Hope Calypso has not said anything about it to Ella. Make like there is no problem at all. I call Ella. We talk and it seems that at her end everything is fine. I try not to act nervous. She asks if I want to go out for a drink with her tonight. I ask if she was supposed to see Calypso tonight. She replies that she wants to spend some time with me. We meet later that evening at a bar in the city center. She talks about love and the future. We should get engaged, you know. It will show everyone how much we love each other. Do we have to show other people how much we are in love? Isn't it enough that we know? I ask. She gives me a puzzled look, then continues. You know the engagement ring has to be a diamond and must cost you a month's salary. I think a year is a good length for an engagement. 2 at most is okay. Any more than that is just too much. The wedding has to be in the summer. A pretty church in the countryside with iron gates to its yard and, of course, a steeple with a clock in the tower and a grey-haired vicar. I'll wear a white dress with a long trail. Bridesmaids in pink and you in the traditional suit. Exchanging vows in front of a stained glass window with the light making everything seem like it's in soft focus. Deep Space Nine, in my opinion, is the Star Trek series for people who do not like Star Trek, I tell her. She ignores me and continues. I have thought about my wedding day for as long as I can remember. It is a girl thing, of course. It comes from my mother. Fathers and sons really don't discuss these things. The dress will be fabulous. Calypso will be chief bridesmaid. I will wear white. I know I won't be a virgin, but it will be you who I am marrying, she giggles. Did you ever see the last episode of this life? I ask her, desperately attempting to change the subject. That was an awful wedding, she tells me. Mine will be nothing like it. Everything will be just perfect. Both sets of parents along with all the extended family. And our friends. The reception will be at a country hotel, 5-star naturally. Huge cake. £50 a head at least. Party till late, us sneaking off to the honeymoon suite early to consummate the marriage. then flying out to Barbados supposed to see Calypso tonight. She replies that she wants to spend some time with me. We meet later that evening at a bar in the city center. She talks about love and the future. We should get engaged, you know. It will show everyone how much we love each other. Do we have to show other people how much we are in love? Isn't it enough that we know? I ask. She gives me a puzzled look, then continues, you know the engagement ring has to be a diamond and must cost you a month's salary. I think a year is a good length for an engagement. 2 at most is okay. Any more than that is just too much. The wedding has to be in the summer. A pretty church in the countryside with iron gates to its yard and, of course, a steeple with a clock in the tower and a grey-haired vicar. I'll wear a white dress with a long trail. Bridesmaids in pink and you in the traditional suit. Exchanging vows in front of a stained glass window with the light making everything seem like it's in soft focus. Deep Space Nine, in my opinion, is the Star Trek series for people who do not like Star Trek, I tell her. She ignores me and continues, I have thought about my wedding day for as long as I can remember. It is a girl thing, of course. It comes from my mother. Fathers and sons really don't discuss these things. The dress will be fabulous. Calypso will be chief bridesmaid. I will wear white. I know I won't be a virgin, but it will be you who I am marrying, she giggles. Did you ever see the last episode of This Life? I ask her, desperately attempting to change the subject. That was an awful wedding, she tells me. Mine will be nothing like it. Everything will be just perfect. Both sets of parents along with all the extended family. And our friends. The reception will be at a country hotel, 5-star naturally. Huge cake. £50 a head at least. Party till late, us sneaking off to the honeymoon suite early to consummate the marriage, then flying out to Barbados the next morning for a month-long sun and sex fest. I mean sun and love fest. City on the Edge of Forever is considered to be the Citizen Kane of all the Star Trek episodes. The Holy Grail. It stars Joan Collins. She gets killed off at the end of it though. It won awards and stuff. Another puzzled look. We will buy a house together before we fly out so when we come back we can move straight into it. My dad is going to see this band from the 70s he was really into. They are playing live all over the country. I think they are on the Strapped for Cash tour or something like that. I can't decide if it's sad him going out to watch rock bands where the members are probably in their 50s by now. What did you say? She asks. I look at her, concerned she has hardly noticed I am not talking about the same thing she is. For once, both tuned to different channels. I love you, she says. She stares into my eyes. I try to hide the signals that could tell her that not only do I want to sleep with her best friend, but I have also told the best friend. I slowly let myself go, falling into the wells of her eyes. I open my mouth, and without letting my brain know, I say, I love you too. So we'll get married. She presses me, I tune out again. Sure, one day, I hear myself say. And it will be perfect. I feel the choking void of UHF nothing. I reach my hand out towards the safety of Channel Ella. Yes. When are we going to get engaged? You'll have to go down on one knee. I feel myself drifting away on waves of energy, ready to dream, but somehow finding the will to carry on, and I make for the safety of Ella. Soon, I say, very soon. I wake the next morning with a hangover. Ella and I got drunk in the end. Not just a little drunk, but absolutely mind-warped Bank Holiday Monday, tequila slammer, unnecessarily shit-faced. I somehow get up on time to go to work. The day is long and tiring. I am sick in the office toilets several times during the morning. In the afternoon I am better, having got some fizzy tablets for my stomach. I am afraid of all her talk about marriage. More fearful because I said yes to it all. She is my life raft and I must go where she takes me. I float at her mercy on the barren, icy waters, waiting to see how her will leads me and defines me. She calls not long before I finish for the day to see how I am. She says she felt fine all day. Lightweight, she brands me. As I leave I hear someone at work talking about the launch of the PlayStation 2. Excitement grips me and I actually ask him to tell me. I don't know his name, and I am sure he doesn't know mine. He works in the same massive open plan office as I do. He, like 90% of the other people in the room, is someone I see every day yet have no real idea of his identity. He tells me about the new device which is due out later this year. The upgraded butt-kicking elder brother of the PlayStation. I can hardly contain my excitement, and the endorphins released finally remove the hangover from my weary body. The happiness is so widespread that when an out-of-breath Ella calls to say she cannot come over as she is spending the evening with Calypso, I forget to mind. I switch on my PlayStation and start having fun, dreaming about the new machine I will buy in the near future, overjoyed that my old games will still be compatible. In bed and post-coital she introduces me to the idea of lifeboats. The idea is that if you were in a sea disaster and you could take one album, novel, or whatever, what would it be? A kind of multimedia desert island discs. It is really just a fancy way of asking what someone's favorite this or that is. As she thought of it, I run with the idea and don't ask why she couldn't just simply quiz me on my favorites. Album, she asks. Easy, I say. Radiohead's The Bends. I smile, pleased with my own choice. What about you? Debut by Björk. How about novel? The Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien. You. Generation X by Douglas Coupland. How 90s, I remark. The rest of the evening is spent drinking a nice bottle of barramundi wine and arguing over which brand of lager or make of whiskey we would want in our boat. At the barber's I undergo a peculiar experience. I am asked how I want my hair done, and then I get ignored for the rest of the time until I pay. The hairdresser is talking to his boss, cutting hair beside me, about his plans for the weekend. They seem to involve lots of vodka and a little bit of cranberry juice. They also talk about the tunes pumping out of the sound system installed in the shop. At one point a track comes on that gets the one doing my hair all excited. Have you seen that film Blade with that well-built fella in? Is that Wesley Snipes? Yes, I think so. Yeah, I saw it, the one with the blood showering down on vampires at a nightclub. This is the music playing during that scene, he says excitedly. I hate that scene, it gave me the willies, his boss says. But that Wesley, he's so butch. But I tell you what, he'd take on thousands of vampires at once, but ask him to come out drinking in this town and you know what he'd say. No way, I ain't stupid. This of course makes them both cackle like Macbeth's witches. I don't really get the joke. They continue ignoring my existence and can only conclude that I am too tuned out of reality for them to actually notice me, and while he can just about find my hair to cut, he cannot perceive me enough to make pleased with my own choice. What about you? Debut by Björk. How about novel? The Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien. You. Generation X by Douglas Coupland. How 90s, I remark. The rest of the evening is spent drinking a nice bottle of barramundi wine and arguing over which brand of lager or make of whiskey we would want in our boat. At the barber's I undergo a peculiar experience. I am asked how I want my hair done, and then I get ignored for the rest of the time until I pay. The hairdresser is talking to his boss, cutting hair beside me, about his plans for the weekend. They seem to involve lots of vodka and a little bit of cranberry juice. They also talk about the tunes pumping out of the sound system installed in the shop. At one point a track comes on that gets the one doing my hair all excited. Have you seen that film Blade with that well-built fella in? Is that Wesley Snipes? Yes, I think so. Yeah, I saw it, the one with the blood showering down on vampires at a nightclub. This is the music playing during that scene, he says excitedly. I hate that scene, it gave me the willies, his boss says. But that Wesley, he's so butch. But I tell you what, he'd take on thousands of vampires at once, but ask him to come out drinking in this town and you know what he'd say. No way, I ain't stupid. This of course makes them both cackle like Macbeth's witches. I don't really get the joke. They continue ignoring my existence and can only conclude that I am too tuned out of reality for them to actually notice me, and while he can just about find my hair to cut, he cannot perceive me enough to make conversation. I walk home feeling more tuned out than ever. A bored Saturday afternoon, while Ella is over at Calypso's, I spend my time looking up random stuff on my computer's encyclopedia. I learn about the insane Roman Emperor Caligula who liked to have people tortured and killed while he ate. Most of us merely watch TV these days. Ella asks me if work is dominating my life too much. I think she has a point. I have actually noticed myself being there and doing stuff rather than running on complete automatic. I do take an unexpected day off. I get a letter in the post and it is from Tom's mother. She tells me I was his only friend in the world and then asks why I missed his funeral. To say I am devastated is an understatement. She explains that he had been suffering from depression for a long time and had taken his own life. I call her immediately and say I didn't know. She accepts this and says the doctor has upped her Valium intake. She does not want me to visit. She just retells me what she said in the letter. He was an extremely unhappy young man who left a note saying so and hung himself in his apartment. She breaks down in tears and hangs up. I call work, as there is no way I could function today. We were not as close as he wanted us to be, and I never did a great deal to alter this situation. So many vain promises and unsent notes. All the opportunities to met up that I never took. He was the only person outside of Ella's circle whose number was on my phone. I go to the grave and try to explain myself to it. Tom, I'm so sorry. Why did you never tell me anything about this? If you told me, I could have helped. Ultimately, we are all alone, but you just had to reach out and communicate the feeling. I'm sorry I never noticed, but you seemed fine that day I came to visit. I lay the flowers on the grave, somehow feeling pathetic at my futile gesture. I run my hand along the letters of his name, engraved in the stone. The day is bright and sunny, but in my mind I will always try to imagine that it was cloudy and that the reason I left was a thunderstorm rolled in and not because I simply could not face the situation. I am alarmed at how quickly I seem to be able to pick up my life and carry on. Some weeks later there is a report in the Southern Daily Echo, the local newspaper, about his death. An inquest report that lists all the details as stated at the hearing. The long-term depression and the previous attempts to take his own life. I knew none of this and feel angry at myself that this person I had known for so long had felt this way, and I only learnt about it when the rest of the world did by reading it in what will be tomorrow's cat litter tray lining. The reporter also spelt his name wrong. But it seems like an unnecessary effort to ring her news desk to complain. Channel 16. End of the world. Ella is reading a book entitled Members of the International Conspiracy and How to Spot Them. She says it's good and she asks if I want to read it after her. I say no, not because I do not believe her, nor because I don't think there is an international conspiracy, but because I am not tuned into the world enough for any such organization to matter to me in any way, shape or form. I do not care who may or may not have killed John F. Kennedy, if he is indeed dead or if he ever existed at all. It is none of my concern. And I have no concern if a lone crazed assassin or a worldwide gang of crooks killed a well-known media personality. I have no desire to discover if humans really did visit the lunar surface, or if they did not, why a government would want to pretend it had occurred. These things do not and cannot concern me. I am not really here, except through my attachment to Ella. She is the world. All other things are distortions in this electrical storm. Without her I am not even visible to the universe at large. I am nothing to it. All I know about myself, Ella and the rest of creation, is that some of these things exist. Which of them, I cannot say for sure, but if I had to opt for one, it would have to be Ella. An extension of my assurance of her existence is love. All I know of love is that it is water torture. Drip, 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 drip. I am driving home from her house late one evening, tired and using the bypass to get from her place to mine. Cruising at the speed limit on the empty road, sticking to the limits on account of the speed cameras spread along the road aimed at catching out any motorists who edge beyond what is deemed acceptable. I approach a roundabout, the one before the one for my home, and consider turning off and taking the old country road past the new housing estate, which is being built. I decide against it, as there is an ancient rickety bridge halfway down where you cannot see vehicles coming the other way, even in the best visibility during daytime. I carry on along the dual carriageway. As I leave the roundabout, I see a police car heading the other way. The driver looks at me and I know straight away what is about to happen. I continue on my way and am so not surprised when the police car appears in my rearview mirror and follows me along the road. I turn off at the next roundabout and it follows me without signaling. As I turn right at the crossroads, it is behind me still with no indication by the driver. He flashes his siren. I pull over. I switch the engine off and flick the lights off. I get out of the car and lean on it, my back against its side. I slip the keys into my pocket. The officers walk over and stand either side of me. Hello, I say, resolved that I am about to have an unpleasant experience. Name? One of them asks. I tell him address. I comply. Your driving is a bit wobbly, one of them says. His tone makes me think the crime is on a par with assassinating the Prime Minister. From the time of night we are guessing you've come from the pub. My girlfriend's actually, I tell him, figuring complete honesty is the best policy. And how much did you have to drink at your girlfriend's? He speaks in the same unnecessarily harsh tone. I haven't had a drink all evening, I am happy to be breathalyzed. I say. He looks at me like I have pulled his best toy out of his hands and thrown it across the schoolyard. That will not be necessary. Please sit in the back of our car on the passenger side. They head towards the vehicle and I follow. I sit in the car and the officer who has done all the talking so far continues. License please. I hand it over. Insurance. I'm sorry, I don't keep it in the car. He smiles. You realize you are committing an offense punishable by the courts by not having it to show to an officer on request. He lets the words hang in the air. He looks at me expectantly, as if he is hoping I'll go to pieces. No, I say. I think you will find the courts would punish me if I did not produce the documents to a police station within 7 days of an officer requesting to see them. I do this for a living, son, he tells me, and I'm very well aware of that, and I was about to explain it to you. I haven't liked your attitude since we first started speaking to you. The aggressive, almost threatening tone, ever present in his voice. The road is lonely at this time of night. I have not seen any other vehicles for a while, or any pedestrians, and I know there is not any CCTV coverage on this stretch of road. I decide to let him get on with whatever he wants to say. He is glaring at me when his colleague interrupts. Have you ever been in trouble with the police? Never, officer, I say. He radios through my details to his control room where they check if I have or not. The other one seems to have composed himself again. Take this form and the documents to the station in the town center within 7 days. Sign here. He points to the bottom of the form. I take his pen and sign. He looks at the other officer who says, no warrants outstanding and no record. Do you want anything else from him? The harsh-talking officer looks at me, folds up my copy of the form and hands it and my license back to me. No, he can go, he says. The other officer gets out of the vehicle, opens the door for me. Thank you, I say to him and return to my car. By the time I am back inside, they have driven off a thoroughly unpleasant experience. I decide to screw up the next order we get from the police, and probably all the orders for them that come my way in the next 10 years. The next day, I produce my documents at the police station before going to work. My boss appears to be in almost as foul a mood as I am in. I avoid him as much as possible. I call Ella, but she is away from her desk most of the day. I want to tell her what happened to me. I want to tell someone. There is nobody at work I would tell, except maybe Katie Robinson, but I have no idea where she is this week. Later that day the world ends. Or at least mine seems to. It was a shaky existence at the best of times, but this certainly blows me clean out of the water. Ella comes over, worried. When she arrives, I do not see any obvious reason why she is in such a state. She says, there is something I have got to tell you. Which is always a bad start to any conversation. Go on, I say. I want to tell you this. I want you of all people to know about me and my life. I love you, and if we are going to be together and get married, you should know about this. She smiles, I frown. Love. You know, when you asked if I was your first, I remember that evening as clear as if it were this afternoon. Yes, I say, and I said you were the first man I had sex with. But there was someone else who you hadn't had sex with, someone you had loved. She looks guilty. That was not what I said. I told you I had been in love with someone else and you were the first man I had slept with. You do remember that, don't you? I think for a moment, then say, yes. She pauses. I wish I smoked. I am sure a cigarette would sort my nerves out right now. Why are you nervous? I ask, hopeful she will just spit it out. When I was about 15, I really knew who I was in love with. I remember the day clearly. We were playing in the barn together and I looked into the person's eyes and knew that I would be devoted to her forever. They were everything I have ever wanted. That is the end of it all. Since that day I have been in love with my best friend Calypso. Everyone loves their best friend to some extent or another. It's normal, I say, not sure if I'm speaking the truth about Tom and I. I'm not saying our love is abnormal, it just isn't what you think. I am puzzled. I remember when I feel in love with her as clearly as the day she first made me have an orgasm. I am confused and speechless. Don't say anything, let me explain. It started with us kissing and saying we were practicing for when we kissed boys. It ended in an awakening of sorts. We were 15 and we both wanted to do it again, pretty much straight away. We began doing it at every opportunity. It was a big secret, of course. Then about 2 years ago she said she wanted to sleep with other people. Men and women. I was devastated, but somehow she talked me around, and so she is now on loan to the world, mostly Brad at the moment, but she has never been faithful to him. He doesn't know anything, but Calypso doesn't care enough about him to ever tell him the truth. After she told me she would be sleeping with other people, she said I should do the same, to find out what it would be like with other lovers. I did not ever do that until I met you that day in the bookstore. You seemed slightly out of place at the time. You stood out somehow, shining across the store maybe. I realized later, when I got to know you, that you shone out as for some reason you were in the modern fiction section and not by the books written by people who are deceased. But you did shine, for whatever reason, that much is true. So I spoke to you and it all just happened. You, me, our relationship. Then Calypso came back and we had this huge row. It made us late meeting you. She was pissed off that I had gone off with one person when as far as I could tell she had screwed half the world. She promised whatever I wanted if I would end it with you. I asked if she would be faithful to me and she couldn't promise that, so I told her she would have to live with it. Now I want to marry you, but I have to explain that I will never be able to stop myself sleeping with her. I love her, you see. She will marry Brad and never tell him, but I am not that callous. I could not do that to you. I love you too. I am sure I have fallen off the end of the world and landed in some messed up Salvador Dali-style reality where everything is, for want of a better term, fucked. What do you think? She asks. I consider for a moment, hoping in the interim the celestial Jeremy Beadle will appear and tell me it's all a joke, he doesn't show his face, so I assume this is real. Are you gay? That's a stupid question. I say nothing. I wouldn't call myself a lesbian. Are bisexual. Love is about the person inside, not the physical body the person has outside. And whatever happens, you say you are going to carry on sleeping with her. Yes. Who do you love more, me or her? Don't ask me that. She turns her head away from me for the first time during this conversation. It is at this moment I know it is over between us. I think I've heard everything I need to. Please leave me now. A dagger has been pushed into my heart. I love her, you see. I want to stay and make love to you, she says. No, I say, almost tearful. You love someone else more than you love me. We can't be together anymore if that is the case. Of course we can. I'll start telling you when I'm sleeping with her. I always hated keeping it a secret from you. The dagger in my heart is twisted. Ella, just go, we are over. No, it can't be, I won't go. We can talk this through. I'm walking away from my own house. That is how much this is over, I tell her. Don't ever speak to me again, ever. I walk out of the house and get into my car and drive away. The last time I see Ella, she is stood on my front door. Ella calls me on my mobile as I drive away. I answer and say, don't ever try and contact me again. I turn it off. The news, to say the least, spins me out. To find that out is a bombshell. A second in a short space of time after what happened to poor Tom. I decide the only possible remedy is alcohol. I return home an hour later and she has gone. I drink a bottle of whiskey on an empty stomach. I am happily drunk for around 10 minutes before I throw up a murky grey-green liquid. I am violently sick and several times have to stick my fingers into my throat to unblock my airway. The basic instinct of survival working when most other functions have ceased due to the treatment I inflict on my body. The only thing in my mind are these thoughts of Ella and Calypso. My world is effectively over. I pray to the pantheon of frequencies to devour me whole. I dream of them taking the form of vultures and swooping over to consume me and deliver me from myself. The tragedy is they do not come for me. Channel 17. Manic Monday. The alarm goes off and I know it is the worst day of the week. I jam my eyes shut and wish for Shiva the Destroyer to blank out my existence. My world spins out of control and there seems to be no up or down or any defining by gravity or any other law of the universe. It is Monday. A day I loathe. Work starts today. At this point in time I have 5 full days of work ahead of me. Starting in about 90 minutes. While I know in the scheme of things work is really the least of my worries, it seems pretty bad right now. I think of the Bangles, they were so right. The words of Manic Monday roll through my brain. Genius in their own 80s US pop kind of way. I briefly think of Eternal Flame, but it just isn't relevant to right here and now. I start my Monday by hauling my butt out of bed and driving on an empty stomach through the rush hour traffic across town to the office, ready to do battle with whatever forces of evil besiege me today. By 11 a.m. I have fought several departments and am being hassled by my line manager for something he asked me to do at 5 p.m. on Friday. I didn't stay late to do it and I am now in some kind of doghouse. Usually he is not this awful. I desperately want to call Ella. Her office is not far across town and I know the direct dial to her desk off by heart. I pick up my phone and my fingers hover indecisively above the keypad. My line manager shouts across the office. I put the mobile phone down and go into conference with him and his boss. At lunchtime I sit alone in the public grassland near the office where I work. I have only half eaten a tuna and mayonnaise sandwich, but my slight hunger has now waned. I am toying with my mobile thinking again about the idea of calling Ella. I know I should not. It is clear to me there is no way forward. Not for her. She has deceived me. I opened up and gave her everything and it was destroyed and made a lie at such an early stage of our relationship. I still love her completely, but she does not feel the same. She describes it as confusion. I define it as betrayal. Nothing more, nothing less. She is my only real link from the nothingness of electrostatic void to the universe where reality exists. I can never know if anyone else will ever be able to make me tune in and interact smoothly with the real world. I lament my loss. I despise this fuzzy in-between year. The year 2000. Depending on whom you listen to it is the last year of the 20th century or the first year of the 21st. I have no idea whom to believe. Both sides give plausible arguments. So much so I have no idea or clue which side to take up the argument for. Here I am trapped in an undefined time. Either the last year of one thing, or the first year of something else. It seems no one can guide me as to which it is. I asked Ella once and she told me not to worry about it and that time was made for us, not us made for time. Whatever that means. Because I am so tuned out, dwelling so far out in the UHF void, I need these definitions of existence like time. Telling me that the date is a man-made construction set out by some committee of monks or whoever in the Dark Ages, will not help me arrange the disordered universe I live in. I seek order and this problem of date is helping my disintegration from reality. I cannot communicate with people, anyone at all. Not now she is gone. I cannot comprehend this lack of confirmation as to which century, in fact which millennia, I am living in. My own sad and depressing version of millennium tension. I watched all the parties and celebrations as the first day of January arrived. The BBC showed it all to me. From celebrations in Sydney at lunchtime in the UK, through the whole world, on to London, then later to New York and finally Los Angeles. I drank whiskey and killed foul demons on my PlayStation in between the hourly scenes of parties from across the globe, which slowly moved from east to west over 24 hours. I also masturbated a few times over the foxy presenter chick. She was running around the UK interviewing people throughout the build-up and into the night. I wonder what kept her awake all through that long show. Whatever it was, I'm sure it was not the thought of me with my hands down my pants whenever she was on screen. It was an extremely pleasant 24 hours locked away in my room. Me, the television, PlayStation, whiskey and a box of tissues. I make a mental note to do it again sometime. I can't wait for New Year, and there is no guarantee the BBC will go to the same expense this year for what may or may not be the true start of the next century. I ponder whether, if the nation had another tragic event, whether she would get called in to do some presenting. Maybe post her outside one of the palaces to report to the anchor on the public mood. I decide to not wait for that either. I will just take pot luck on whatever is broadcast at the weekend. Of course it doesn't help me with my concerns over what period of time I am living in. 20th century or 21st. End of the second millennium or beginning of the third. It is a fuzzy out of sync time and everything that happens this year is a mess. One I can find no reason or logic to. The man with the insincere and scary grin still runs the country apparently. I have only a vague understanding of how it all works. I have trouble believing the newspapers and TV. Is it in their interests to actually tell the truth? Is it in their interests not to? My predicament spirals hopelessly, and I look for Vishnu or any other kind of religion or beliefs destroyer to swoop down out of the sky and annihilate the world, bringing my life of purgatory and damnation to a conclusion. When I was a child, I was convinced that souls were free and could move between bodies. When you were bored of one body, you could move and find another. In that way, you can still switch identities after you are born. I was convinced the idea was fact. What made me unhappy was that no one seemed to want to swap with me. Because, of course, you must have a willing trader to switch souls. But I could not leave my body for another, so I became sure nobody in the world wanted to be me. It upset me for a long time, knowing I was trapped in this body and with this life. I cried myself to sleep as a child, and no one understood. They thought I was crazy. But I believed if they really thought I was insane, they would send me to a psychiatrist. But they never did. Relatives always remarked I seemed such a happy child, which was clearly a lie, but I could never bring myself to tell them. I was an empty vessel. One that could never be filled. The body was the vessel and the soul was empty, wishing it could be someplace else, anywhere else at all. An empty vessel with no connection to this world. And now they have taken the certainty of time away. Another connection with reality is torn and severed from me. Time and Ella. When I go back to work, they will probably have changed the computers from Windows-based PCs to OOS2-based iMacs. Although if that was the case, I wouldn't mind a G4 if there was one going. I stroll back to the office through hazy late summer sun. The onset of the dark days of autumn are not much distance into the future. I wonder if it will rain much this winter. I think of soft autumn winds and falling leaves, and of pleasant train journeys. I return to work and discover the PCs are still there, all remain running on Bill Gates' licensed software, and all seems right with their functions at least. After work I am still thinking about Ella, but refuse to call her or go round, telling myself it is better this way. I am not really hungry, so I don't go to any fast food outlets on the way home. Instead I stop by an off-license called Ripley's. I buy cheap whiskey from the guy behind the counter. He seems barely out of school and not really old enough to be working in this kind of environment. But I only care for about 60 seconds, and then the thought is gone, as I am away from this store with a liter of scotch under the arm. I go home and stick on a particularly violent PlayStation game, confident of catharsis through the pixels. I drink the whiskey straight from the bottle. I pretend every monster which explodes red across my screen is Calypso. I torture myself that every time the Calypso monsters kill me, I have failed in my mission to keep Ella as my lover. It makes me mad, and I can only think of how I despise Calypso. She has always known which buttons to press in order to control Ella, and it took her no time at all to work me out. The manipulative bitch. I hate her. I drink more whiskey and decide it's about time I told Calypso what I thought of her. I take the bottle with me and walk over to Calypso's. It takes a while to get there, but I know I cannot drive as I have been drinking too much already today. I ring her doorbell and the door opens and she ushers me inside. I follow her to the kitchen where she is preparing a salad. She continues slicing tomatoes. I can't say your visit is unexpected, although I thought it would be sooner than this. She looks over at me. Get some glasses for the whiskey, you know where they are. I'll have mine straight. I do not respond to what may or may not be a deliberate dig. I pour out the drinks for the two of us. I pour large measures as I think the situation requires long straight whiskey for all concerned. She is dressed in a black skirt, with a cropped top that shows the deep contrast between her large breasts and the flat dark stomach beneath it. I feel a familiar sensation of blood draining down through my body. I hate her so much. More than she can ever know and more than I can ever tell. She makes my skin crawl with little electric charges. If I were capable of killing, I would murder her right here and right now. The adrenaline pumps through my veins and the rage inside my head grows. I knock back the glass of whiskey and notice she has done the same. She pours me another long glass and the same for herself. I drain mine and she does the same to hers, hardly taking her eyes off me. I thought you came here to talk, she says, bitch. I hate you, I say, emotionless despite my enraged state. I know you do. But it is just a physiological state of mind. She pulls off her top to reveal her dark pert breasts. We are only biology. She drops her skirt, revealing she has no underwear at all today. Calypso stands naked before me. I stare at the now fully shaven roundness above her vagina, my full erection pressing against my trousers. Ella and I, Ella and you, it's only biology. Different applications of the biology we have. I hate you, I say. You and me, she says. I glare at her. What would your biology and mine be like together? She asks. I hate you, I tell her again. I love you, she says. I love you, I say, truly meaning it. We kiss. She unbuttons my flies and pulls down my trousers. Life is about death, she explains. You tune into life and you tune out with death. You tune into someone with love and it sparks a new chapter in your life. When that love dies, a part of you dies with it. But love can be reborn. In different people with a life all of its own, and it will be different in ways you cannot yet imagine. She puts me into her and I balance her on the kitchen table. Sensations of pleasure rush through me. I love you, I tell her, but you have taken Ella away. Softer, she says, and I comply. Between gentle gasps she says, you never really had her. She was only ever on loan. She loves me and always has. I, in turn, love her and always will. She has loaned me to Brad and all the others I have had such a lot of biological pleasure with. She was mine, I insist. No, her heart and mine are one. How can you be so sure? I always get what I want. We share biological pleasure twice on the kitchen table and once in her bedroom. I lie on her, caressing her hair. I love you and I hate you all at the same time. I know, she says. Now we have done this, I can no longer wish I never met you. That makes me hate you more. We won't ever be friends. Will we ever do this again? I don't know, but I do not want to be your enemy. We both love the same person. She just loves me more. Will you go back to her? No, I say. Life seems to continue. I thought it wouldn't. I thought my world was over, but it seems I am not that fortunate. I have to carry on in a post-Ella and post-Calypso world. The only positive thing to come out of all this is I no longer have to spend time with Brad the Dick. I start reading again. Soon I am back on 2 books a week. My weekends divide between novels, PlayStation, and masturbation. I reread Sartre and all of Camus. I read the Orwell books I never got around to and then reread 1984. Kerouac's novels always seem easier the second time around. I finally force myself to read Jane Eyre. I go modern with Martin Amis, Irvine Welsh, and somehow find myself reading the Bridget Jones's Diary. I recover from that and get heavily into Shakespeare. I read Antony and Cleopatra twice in 1 week. My sword is weakened. I see this self-evident truth and wish for the asp. Work is bearable. I desperately want to leave, but I have no clue as to where I might go instead. I consider just being unemployed, but new PlayStation games cost more than a week's dole money, and I could never maintain my book habit. The library does not buy new books quick enough to keep up with me. I learned that a long time ago. I consider heroin. Irvine Welsh paints such a bad picture of it, but quite honestly I think I would like not to choose life for a while. I decide against it for 2 reasons. When I make the decision to choose life again, will I have the willpower to get myself off the junk? And secondly, the only person who may be able to get me some is Brad the Dick, and the idea of having to communicate with him is a non-starter. I have no plans of where I want my career to go, and despite Katie Robinson's telling me I am going somewhere, things just never seem to materialize. I stop believing her after a while. I still think of Ella every day. I think about Calypso at least every other day. The binary objects orbiting my desolate wasteland of a life. The Ella star on a daily rotation and Calypso on 48 hours. And not really them at all, just after images of them. Their asteroids have long since flown from my orbit and off across this wide universe onto the next adventure. I scold myself each time I think of them. I punish myself with a razor blade. The sharp pain, the only emotion in my static void. Pain, a new way of tuning into this world, pulling myself to it from the fuzzy nothing. Small incisions along my inner thighs and upper arms. I heat the blade first in an attempt to stop the wounds being infected. I also learn about bulimia and anorexia from websites. A way to cause myself more pain. A way to control my body and my life with a byproduct of pain. I try them both briefly. Anorexia is far easier to have than bulimia. Not eating is less horrific than stuffing your face and then enduring the pain of bringing it all up again. However much I hate myself, I cannot do that to my body for long periods. I do not really think I am fat, which is the reason others can dedicate their life to these conditions so extremely. It was just a phase I went through. I return to the blade. I also continue the torture in my mind, slowly turning the screws to draw the pain out further and more intensely. I kill things in the cyberworld, but it is not enough for the catharsis I seek. I cut myself more, the tension of the pain drawing me towards the world I secretly know will never truly accept me. I only once consider phoning Ella. One half-drunken Friday night, on the mobile that has not rung since we broke up. A fresh cut on my arm, the thick red blood being pulled down my arm by gravity. I am not sure if it is October or November. I know Calypso must have gone back to her university life by now. I wonder if Ella would want to come over and talk, maybe kiss a little and pretend with me for an evening that Calypso had never existed and that she loved me most of anyone in the world. The thoughts make me cry, wondering at all times what to make of the life I have found myself in. No solution ever presents itself. I whisper her name in the long dark hours of night and cannot see any way of consoling these feelings of death. I think about poor Tom and ponder about his state of mind before he died. Did he feel this bad, or am I not even close to his level of agony and despair? I do not know and never will be able to discover the answer. In those long deathly dark nights I scold myself for not being there for him, for not seeing how he felt, for not understanding and most of all for not being able to help. This in-between year has been a quagmire of negative energy. To me, lost as I am in these UHF shadows, less and less has made sense this year than ever. All I know for sure is I love her so much. But by knowing this, it is clearly best that I never see her. She loves another and I could not ever settle for that. The only act of love I can perform for her is not being in her life. I perform it daily.